Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram. And this is WEedNerdWorld, episode 506, or yeah, point 5, 506.5. That's completely it. Hopefully, you guys are heading back in from the last episode. Little break. Hopefully, you guys had a great Saturday. Pretty good. Uneventful, so I'll call that a win. But get this chat going here. Top chat to live chat. Check, check, check. 3 people watching, nobody in chat. Southern BT Grower, there you are. Just a bean. Cheers. What you guys smoking on? Smoking on tonight? A little coffee, a little kombucha. I love it when people give me shit about saying it the other way, but Starbucks in the mode. 4 people watching. Cheers to you 4 for coming back. Grabbing the tray. Getting some shit to roll. We're almost at the dab time. Shit, it is dab time. Let's just skip ahead. Treat for the firsties. Dab time, guys. Put this fucking tray up. Grab me some Rose Sangria. Turn this down. Yeah. Man, I missed the alarm for the Grim Show. Well, it's a good thing it's up. Still up, my friend. Still there, still up. Torch. I gotta agree with Soul, man. I still hate the fucking torch aspect of fucking damn. I don't know, maybe he's right. Maybe it is just the old man thing of relating it with worse drugs. But I sure do enjoy that from time to time. Dirt Road Dude, Nowhere Man, plays daily. Cheers to you guys. Hopefully you got some dabbables ready. It is a big fat fucking dab time. Man, I gotta tell you guys, I absolutely sincerely love the letters and shit you guys send. DMs, let me know how you guys like the show, good or bad. That shit fucking makes my day. Both ways, actually. Justin Station, how you doing? Blaze, we already got you, Blaze. We shut you out again. Anywho's, hopefully you're dabbing. Just in time for dabs, Thunder, and just in time for dabs. Hopefully you got some. I'm going in after a fat joint after this. Oh man, it's kind of bumming. My RSO pins. Room, but what they do. Gorski, cheers to you. This will be a mix of some citrus blazer and some jelly bean. Perfect time, Denver. Perfect time. It's always a good time, but yes, it is. I like to fade myself. I almost think that's my favorite. Dropping buds over here. There goes the dead song. Ooh, this is a good song right here. You guys heard me rocking it yesterday in the blooper reel. Stephen Stills, Tree Trap Fire. I greatly can relate to this song from my younger days. Citrus truth save lives, and Blaze Daily says, ah, I do, in a way. I have to agree with that. Most orange strains, citrus strains that I have come across are good for anxiety, PTSD. I have seen that shit help a lot of people that have the PTSD. So in that case, yeah, I guess I had saved a ton of lives. Yucca 420 garden, cheers to you. Smoking Grove Fraser. Always a pleasure. I still love this hat. I still love this house, but I only wear it sparingly. In the house, dry places, special events. Heat is 207 in the house. Mr. Flora Nugs, how you doing? I actually bumped your gear up over a bunch of folks to the drop next list. Cheers to you. Not necessarily my favorite flavor. Apple cider tonic, turmeric, and ginger, but it ain't all bad. Resurrection. Cheers to you. It's a great tune. Oh, damn, Southern. I bet it's still tasty, though. I'm glad you saved it for to watch the show. Bummed you missed it, though. Always lurking. Aldridge 25 says, cheers to you, brother. Man, still got a little of that dab cough going. Tell you, it feels pretty damn good to be getting a little bit closer to back on schedule, the old schedule. 2 shows, 11:30 time slot. Feels like sliding into a comfortable bed at the end of the day. Alex Boychef, cheers to you, my friend. Hopefully, if you had a question for Mr. Soul this evening, either you got it answered, found an answer somewhere in there along the way, or we'll get to it next time, I guess. There's somebody you're looking to see, you want to see come on the show, or you're somebody who would like to come on the show, please get a hold of me, Eagle Gardens on Instagram, fucking talking shit with Eagle on Instagram. Or you can also reach me at eaglegardens1@gmail.com. If you don't mess with the social media, I'd like to hear your stories, and I don't plan on ending this venture anytime soon. So I can do some great guests for now and in the future. He's like 8 foot. Damn. Potent Ponic Steve has an Eagle episode. No, he does not. I've actually tried to get him on the show, and for one reason or another, he won't come on the show. So I haven't been on his show, and he hasn't been on mine. But I'm invitation is still there, though. That's for sure. Much respect to him, even though he hasn't came on. I like this chick too, man. A little bit of LA King. Choo choo. Still got a lot of loving left in me. That's so fucking true. Such a true star. So let me get back to fucking rolling this joint. So I got at least something to smoke to. Shit. Decoy bacon. Cheers to you as well. Get AK Bean Brains. Name sounds super familiar for some reason. Buffer. Buffer. That would have been a good question there, Florida Nugs. Such a good tune. Such a good tune. Gotta get it back to the other side though, man. You know, there's some new people in chat tonight, man. I could have added to the shout outs list. It's hard to hide what you're doing sometimes when you got somebody on, so you're just like, yep, yes, I'm completely paying attention. What are you guys smoking on? I think I have seen like one or two answers. One or two answers of what the fuck I'm smoking on. AK BB has some fire. I believe I've heard that. So true. Right here. Except this part right here. I'm doing all right for a dude. I thought it was really cool to see this soul getting a bunch of new ink. I love seeing that. People expressing their artistic side. I'm trying to get well tuned, Hillbilly. Cheers to you. Can't smoke, no money, no grow. Maybe soon. Oh, that fucks. That's fuck, Dreamer. Where are you at, Dreamer 77 Double D? Somebody has to get some butt to fucking Dreamer. That sucks. As soon as we get a couple people in here, man, I'll get out of chat, man. We'll get to work. I need to get to work. Oh, he's talking to bacon. Damn it. Where is the normal people? Nobody's in chat. What the hell? Well, that's an understatement. That's above. What we got? A bunch of fucking awesome people in chat. That's not what I meant. 29 awesome people in chat right at the moment. Or watching. Doesn't necessarily mean they're participating. Stuffy nose. Dad's always fucked with my sinuses. That's how I like them motherfuckers. Old Smoke in the house. That's okay, Old Smoke. I take weed naps all the time. That's okay, Dreamer. That's all right. Ray entered the building. Oh, I know. I heard that, Robert. I didn't like that at all. If you see my face when he said that shit, I was like, oh man. More than likely, I probably will say something to him about that. He and yeah, I didn't find the coolness in that at all. What's up, Riz? See, your audio still connecting. Forgot your hair. You like a little bit of hell yeah, Riz? What kind of music do you listen to, Riz? What you listening to in your spare time? Oh, he's still scrambling. Get ready. I can't hear you. You're still mic'd off there, Russ.
Unmute. There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I tried to get my speaker, newer speaker that I bought to work through the mic on it, but that's what I was doing the other night. It didn't seem to work. What do I listen to in my spare time? I listen to a little bit of everything, man. I kind of like to jump through music to see where people's attitudes were at different times in history. To see where they're, and then look at that person. I look at that same person now to see what their attitudes are, if they've gotten more peaceful. Is actually typically what I'm looking for. I'm wanting to see if they're still speaking the truth, or if they were just speaking whatever at the time, like we see now, just to make a dollar. So if I'm listening to Treetop Flyer, I'm thinking about the guy who went somewhere that he really didn't want to go, probably, but he did it. Some of them wanted to go, some of them didn't want to go, and some of them just went because that's the thing you always did. So I'm thinking about that guy, and then I'm thinking about what he went through and made it through, and the guys I knew, and making my whole story. I'm making my own story for that person every time I listen to the song. So say me and you were sitting smoking a joint, and there was a guy that walked. I'm only gonna be 54 next month, and so there's a guy that's 60. He only had to be like 65, man, to have served right at the end of Vietnam, saw some combat that young, right? So there was a lot of guys that I served with in 85, 86, and 87 that were Vietnam vets, and they didn't have no PTSD, man. They just went on with their lives. They did what they did. Now, maybe that's the reason we all drank so much. And they handed it down to us that we just drank so much, you know. But most of those guys, they were very quiet. They kept to themselves. They were just trying to finish out their time if they were still in the military. But if they didn't go to Vietnam and didn't want to be there, they didn't finish out their career. But if they got back, you know what I'm saying? They went on to something else. They didn't. Yeah. So if I'm listening to that, I'm thinking about a guy I went to school with who ended up being a chief warrant officer for. So he was flying Apaches, fighter helicopters, and he was a year younger than me. And I'm thinking about the guy I still know who's jumping out of planes and training people to jump out of planes. And who knows, could have been one of the last guys out of Afghanistan. Yeah, so I walk through the history of any song, you know. And then I look at Stephen Stills and I think, and a lot of those guys, and I think, yeah, man, you probably wish now you weren't standing in front of those speakers turned up so loudly, because a lot of them were having hearing problems, you know. Pete Townsend had hearing.
Do you let the artists, I heard you say you kind of like to listen to the older stuff, their newer stuff, and see if they kind of grew up, transitioned in their life somehow. So do you let that, whatever, true, not true, You know what I mean? Whatever's going on in your head, what you painted that picture, do you let that affect uh, how you feel in general about the artist's music? Is the artist separate from the music? You know what I mean? Or is that part of the whole package?
Um, for me, I guess it's more about the words. It's always about the words. I want to find the truth in the words. So I can listen to a song like I love the song by, and I've only started listening to him in the last 2.5 years. It's crazy. It's Eminem. All right. So I like recently I've been listening to the song Without Me. Now for me, there's just some words in that song I don't want to hear and I don't want to repeat. And it's not something I would ever teach my kids. But I can see where he was coming from at that point, and then I put it to how people live in their lifestyles and what he was seeing, right? So that's what I get out of it. I always try to, if there's a word coming out of him, it's just not an instrumental. I'm trying to figure out what that person went through to get there, right? I'm trying to figure out if I ran into that person on the street, if he asked me about the song, it wouldn't be about the lyrics. It would be about what a personal meaning, emotion, and truth that I pulled out of that song that gave me something that was positive. That's why I don't listen to a lot of blues and repeat the words of the blues or anything that's down anymore. So if I'm listening to Eminem and he's totally just looking at the negative, I apply that negative to something that I really am angry about at a world where I pray. So I'm looking for the thing that he's angry at to see if I'm okay to be justified angry at it, to say, okay, I don't like that. I'd like to see that change. Okay. So if it's the music, some of it I still listen to, even though I don't agree with the guys, how they started it, because it started on a side where they just wanted to do something. They couldn't keep a job, and it went a little dark for me, right? Now I learned out of that darkness that they're doing, but for me, I'm trying to think, okay, I see it now. I know where these guys come from. I can listen to them then. I can listen to them now, but how did they get there? What brought them there that they had such pain that they had to scream this pain out, right? Because for me as a child, if I was going to scream pain out, it wasn't because I was happy, it's because I was upset. And it's like now if my back goes out, I'm not going, ha, 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 I'm so happy. I'm going, mother, oh, it freaking hurts. I hate pain. Now that's a real song that I'm going to sing that's going to be, oh man, I just want to get out of this pain. Why is this person lying? Why is this person doing that? What's this situation? That's unjust. So I'm looking for how the person got there. But then I also look at where the person walks at this point. And a lot of people you'll see, well, a lot of them are dead, so you can't see that. But you see how they got into something because they loved it. They wrote these things that emotionally affected them. And sometimes it was from a misinterpretation even they had of truth. Because watch this. My school year ended for high school in '85. I quit in '84, went to the military in '85. And as soon as I turned 17, and John Lennon, I had just bought the album Starting Over. And right as I bought the album, it was like the first new album. I listened to the Beatles, didn't know much about the Beatles, even it was December of 80, 81, he got killed, 80. Day before Pearl Harbor, the same day, something like that. But anyway, I was listening to that song Starting Over, and I even listened to it today. And I think about what he went through as a person to get him through, because they went through World War II, and they come out of that, and they learned the different lies. Well, if I wrote a book based on my history book from high school, I'd have to go back and change that song, because I could grab a history book that I know there's probably one out that I still have from when I was in high school, and half the stuff in that history book ain't true. the story's not complete. You know, they didn't give you the whole story. So somebody writes their story on that perspective, then later doesn't go back and reapply a new meaning to the song. Like Sinead O'Connor, man, she sings that song live. Nothing compares to you. And then I hear about all the abuse she had from her mom, and it came through the Catholic Church and where it came from. And then I see where she is now, but she went through all that trauma, but still stay a peaceful person. You listen to her sing it in the 80s, 90s, and listen to her sing it now, and you can hear her growth as a human being and compassion in her life even grow as she's changed her tune as she's gotten older and everything. You can feel that in coming through, you know, so it's expressed, but you change the meaning here, even though the meaning comes out the same here, the meaning can be the same for that song, but she could be singing it about a whole different situation in life now and apply the same meaning, you know. So if I sing, I was talking about the Beatles. So what's one of my favorite Beatles songs? A Day in the Life. You know, it's just a day in the life, and it's talking about the war and what they went through to come out of the war. And that's what always rings true in me, that these people remember, you know, seeing these buildings, you know, with Albert Hall, with all these holes in the Albert Hall, you know, and they had to live through that. And all the people who died in the bombings, right, in England, it was just tremendous. I mean, they don't talk about it a lot, you know, there's a lot of people killed just from the bombings that they had to go through. I mean, imagine if you lived in a city. So I think about that. So I try to put myself in that person's position. And as I've gotten older, I'm not as hypercritical, and I'm more humble because I don't know what the next person went through. You know, when you run into a guy and he was in Africa and he was in this country and he was abused, and he was in this country and he was abused, and he was telling this country, go to this country and abuse that country. I'm thinking, I just see that guy on the street, but he pulls his shirt up and he's got scars and burn marks, iron stabbings and all this stuff in his body. And I think, I didn't see shit just by looking at that guy. I need to talk to him. I need to understand. So in music, that's what I see. So I'm always looking for a way to speak the truth. And if it's not a truth that I agree with, even in the song that they're singing that I like the tune, I change the words. I just rewrite the words and the meaning for myself and say, hey, thanks for the good tune, but that part of the song, I'm going to say this, or I'm going to quote this, or I'm going to reinforce this positive in the environment that I say. I'm going to speak this truth. You know, no, I don't want these people to die. I want them to live. You're saying, okay, they say they sinned against me. Now I want to go over here and just kill them. I'm like, yeah, I used to think like that, but I'd rather have them change and not want to act like that more. So I'll go over. So I changed the words, you know. So I know some musicians, you know, so quite a few. I was never a writer. I was always, I started playing drums when I was like 4.5. And I had multiple musicians in the house. But music is I can't explain it well because I'm not trained in the history of the notes and everything. A lot of stuff gets changed, and a lot of times your mood will get changed because the frequency, they've now changed the way the frequency comes through, and they changed the pattern of the frequency. So you don't have to just necessarily just play a different note. They changed the whole, like listen to, I won't even name any bands, but Treetop Flyer, I like that. You were, that other song, you turned me to another one that I hadn't heard. I can't think of it right now. But people were writing their emotions, right? I remember night was it 2016. I was with a buddy of mine I visited in Washington State, and I hadn't seen him at that point for like 9 years. And it only been like once before that, 9 years before that. And right when I'm leaving Washington State, and he's very, he was hurt, went through a lot of trauma, and I'm like a father figure. And I guess I left him more than once. So he just was never going to leave anyway. But anyway, every time I would leave, he'd get almost like violent in his speaking. And he started singing these songs. And he went through all this stuff when I left him the first time in 1996. He went from Washington State back to the East Coast. And I was like, oh my, where did this come from? I was like, oh, he's just screaming at my face as he's driving. And I'm just like, he's like singing these songs. I was like, we stopped and I looked at him and I walked over the bridge and I'm looking behind me because I'm like, I've known some people like that. Those kind of people throw you off bridges. So I've been around some people that wanted to throw me off a bridge at one time in life, and they're not nice people, you know, they turn on you like that. And that's the way he was singing. So we got out, I was kind of watching him, you know, but he was just mad. He was just mad again. So that anger was coming out in the vocals. And he told me he wrote all these songs after, because when I left, he went way far into a crack addiction. I mean, just like he started hanging out with this guy right before I left. And I said, man, what are you hanging around with him doing all this stuff for? And he's like, oh, you're leaving, blah, blah, blah. And I was only 20 something at that point, you know, but he went into this crack addiction, which I had, you know, years ago. I went off to a place where, you know, you don't want to go to. But it really just took him further, emotionally made him weaker as a human being, and dependent on other people. And that's what happens a lot of times to people getting addictions. I won't use the name they use for women who get into that drug and then do anything just to get it, because they're being abused, you know, just by having to use them, you know, by people doing that, saying, oh, I got this for you, but you got to give me this. You know, I'm not your friend if you're treating women like that. But so anyway, other music, stuff that I hadn't listened to. When I started growing, I started listening to Mendo Dope. They encouraged me. I love the song From the Mountains, because I am from the mountains, you know. So that quote from Frenchie in the beginning, I love listening to Frenchie when he's talking about, you know, they're going to find a garden, you know, it's a big garden, you know, Bigfoot's garden. You know, you found it yet? No, he said, but you know, we're going to we're going to find a garden. And I had just been up there.
Johnny. Sorry.
Hey Johnny, go ahead.
We had a couple join. We haven't said hello to.
Yeah, what's up, Eagle? Great show tonight, man. Mr. Soul tore it up. Great show. I mean, it's always a good show whenever he's up here. He gives us such good information, and I like the questions about the the male process of the getting the right pollen, you know, or just who knows. It's all just a guessing factor, really. I mean, because we don't really know what's going on, do we?
I think
Not really. He's got a pretty good rap on it. He's pretty well versed in how a lot of that goes.
Yeah.
I take some pretty good advice from him. But you're right. We're still guessing. We're still figuring a lot of it out.
It's still all just kind of like a hypothesis in a way, you know. We're still just kind of giving an educated guess.
Is his gear F3 or F? I mean, he's past the F3 and F4s, right? I was in the garden doing a bunch of stuff, so I couldn't hear the phone.
So if I cross, I got my DOAs and I have a slow male, and I was thinking about crossing that back to the DOA strain. So that would give me the what he was talking about, like the 50% or the 75%, something like that, or
50% of each.
First time 50-50.
First time 50-50.
50-50, okay. Johnny, but right. So if you know that strain you're breeding to is 100% where you think it is indica, and the other one's 50-50 sativa indica, then you can break your percentages to think what you might get.
Right.
Makes sense? 100%, 50%, and then you get 75%, or whatever what you start breaking down.
So out of the beans that I got out of my 5 plants that I grew of that one, I got 3 females and 2 males. And the second male was it's still doing its thing. It hasn't even bloomed yet, and it's the one that actually topped itself. So it's got 2 heads on it, growing up on its own. It's a beautiful looking structure. It smells good. I'm really liking the way that one there is developing, and I'm wondering if I shouldn't throw it back on the other one, you know?
I killed all mine.
I got one of those right here, Johnny.
My mail.
Yeah,
So early. This was a seedling.
right,
She topped herself early like that. I mean,
right.
really.
Yeah, she's got 2 tops, full on.
Yeah.
I like the
Almost
way that
3.
looks, man. I love that structure, man. I just love. I'm addicted to
I
this.
just stripped her down yesterday. Gave her the stripping yesterday. So that's why she looks a little more pitiful today. Probably see that go, what the fuck? Yesterday she was all full. You know what I mean? I went through.
Yeah, man.
Well, what this do? I'm sure you guys all know that when you strip them up like that, that forces all this to just
Yeah.
branch or boom right out. So this thing will be a push, this
Hey,
time.
Hey, I didn't say anything, but I hope that he posts pictures once he finally starts going on SoCal. Not that there's two of them. The one that said he wanted the clones. He came up the next day and he got a 1 in a 1 gallon and 7 in pints. And he was like, "What is it?" And I tried to tell him, he's like, "What? I can't understand this growth, man. I've never seen a plant grow like this. It goes out and it goes up, goes out, goes up, and goes up." I said, "That's my training." He said, "That's not your training." And I'm like, "All right. Well, I'm hoping he's seen them grow now." And he's like, "Oh, that was his training." Because I do that, man, on every node. Do you do that? Because that plant looks like that if you started doing that, where you bend it right across, you bring your fingers up across the leaves, and on every node where, you bend it, and each one.
Give it a little pop.
Or even without a pop, if you do it without a pop, it takes longer, but you just keep doing it. But what happens is it looks like they grow like this, they just keep going. I was like, I thought maybe it was the plant, but I was like, no, because they all sit by my toilet on my veg, and if I sit on the toilet, I'll just reach over to everything on the bed, and I'm sitting on the toilet bending everything.
That's better than social media right there. That'll keep your mind right.
Oh my God. That's a good one there, Russ.
Hey, if I ever grow anything with big leaves and I run out of toilet paper, I'm set, man.
Oh shit. Yeah, you got your wife right there. Yeah.
But you know what? If a leaf got that big, I don't think I'd want to take a cannabis leaf across my ass. They can get pretty gritty.
Well, it depends on the cultivar, I think, really, because I've had some that were like super soft.
Toilet paper cultivars.
Yeah. Yeah. Is it the strong version or is it the soft version?
I guarantee I'm sure you've been in the field and had to wipe your ass with worse, right?
Oh, yeah.
We all have. We all have. So.
I've probably wiped my ass for things that I'll never mention. So, how about that?
Yeah. Yep. I've been up a creek a few times, up a few rivers and stuff, and unable to. Yeah.
I've left plenty of jobs with one sock.
I think there are certain situations now that I've lived through them. If I ever did them again, I'd just be like, I'm wearing 2 pair of underwear because I know I'm going to be out there forever, and who knows, it might be a shark. I don't want to have a shark when I'm 2 hours out in the woods. I'd rather get rolling with 1 pair of underwear and use it to wipe my ass and decompose in the woods. They taught you that in basic training. You better make sure you bring a lot of socks on this hike. Don't be just thinking you're going to make this. Whatever you're carrying on your feet, you better make sure every time you stop, you're changing your socks. Well, if I had to do it all again, I'd have known to have a pair of socks for every time we stopped and a new pair of inserts. But I didn't think about the water sucking up in the inserts. Put the socks on, and 5 minutes later, after walking, you're like, oh, fuck, we ain't stopping for another 10 miles, man. That just soaked it all up again. That was really stupid. So, shit like that. Where'd Green
That
Fingers
makes me
go?
think about. Who knows? He may be
Taking shit.
needing a sock himself right about now. Fucking,
That's perfect,
fucking,
Eagle.
Justin Bean reminds me, man. They say poison oak. There was a time where I used to cut trees for a living. One of my most favorite jobs was being a tree surgeon. I used to climb trees for a living, and they cut them down, do whatever had to be done. And I actually went to Ozfest like the night before, and was out all night long, fucking partying and having fun. And Ozfest was one of those things, man. By the time they were like shut down or Ozzy came on, I was literally just wanting anything but alcohol. And it seemed like that's all I could find. Every booth I went to, that's like, nope, sold out a pop of water. All we got's beer. I'm like, oh no, I just couldn't get away from it. But terribly hungover for the next day and the days prior. But it got worse because it was most definitely a one soccer day. I had to wander off into the woods and fucking do my business, which ended up being a fucking throwing up. Basically, I'm in the woods doing my business. I end up having to I end up throwing up and then falling over and kind of like, because I had my pants around in my ankles and shit, kind of like wallowing around to get up a little bit, not realizing for until like the next day I had wallowed around in poison oak. And now was hung over and was head to toe in poison oak. It's one of the worst hangover couple of days I had in a long time, man. I swear to you, I had poison oak in like every orifice that you could possibly have poison oak.
That is the I can't even imagine the kind of pain you were going through. Man.
Poison oak. You have poison oak, you have poison ivy, but nobody's ever been stung, and then you got poison oak. You know?
Poison oak is way up there. Yeah.
It's like three to me. Well, any more of those things didn't bother me as I got older, because I was around them all the time. And once I started using a chainsaw around the goats and started eating, I think maybe, you know what? I think maybe it was after I started eating the goats who were eating the poison ivy and the poison oak that it didn't bother me. Check that out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Coming through the animals, right? I have this thing about certain animals and what comes through them, and I always think that you're always getting out of it. I've always had. Well, I haven't always.
That's kind of like the worm bin process, right? You know, you're eating what the goats eat.
When you slap all our food in cans, and then they got to send you to a big brick can to get fixed. No,
right?
You know, that's that. You know, I never thought about that until that just now. Because I was deathly allergic to poison ivy up until the late 90s, and I got the goats in 99, started eating the goats in 2000, and I'd poison ivy on the farm, and poison oak never did. And I used to cut. I mean, I used to have trunks this big on trees that I'd hit with the still at the bottom, just because I finally figured, oh hell, this is the best way to fight these things. I just chop them right at the roots. The goat can only reach up 7 foot high. That's how tall the goats can reach. But I just cut them at the base to kill the whole thing. But then that shit would fly back on you, you know? So I always tell my stepson, don't ever throw that in the fire. And if you light it, don't ever breathe it, or I don't ever breathe it. But no, it never bothered me again. So I would almost
very true, brother. You are not supposed to burn poison oak, poison sumac.
No, but see, here's the thing: is that if the
or
animals,
zombies,
right, you get that shit.
If the animals are eating it, then there's a natural. There has to be a natural effect that happens to the animal that you're eating, it's passed on to you because you're getting its nutrients that were produced by what it ate. So there has to be a natural resistance built into that animal that's passed on, because they pass it on to me. Well, I'm not talking as a science. This is my bro science living through life, right? That only makes sense. I've never thought about it. I was highly allergic to poison ivy, and I haven't been since. Well, I haven't been eating goats that eat poison ivy for a year, so I'm not going to go tempt myself. But factual
Poison
evidence.
ivy's like poison ivy's like these things. Every time you encounter it, the worse your next encounter gets. So if
Worse.
you've had a terrible, yeah, it gets worse every time you get it.
Well, the old timers that the old timers used to always say you eat those things yourself, and that's what they would do when they were young. They would eat the leaves. They would have their parents would have them eat the leaves without knowing, I believe. And you build up a natural tolerance by getting a little bit in your system. So you're not affected by the I wish that was true about nettles. I got stung by nettles so many times that finally you just get to the age where you're like, you go through a nettle patch and they cover your legs and your arm, and you're like, you just die for the mud. You get to the age where like, you ain't putting mud on me until somebody says, if you put mud on those nettles, you won't sting no more. And then you're like, on your arms, on your face, I'll cover my whole body in mud just so I ain't got to burn from the nettles.
Mud man.
Yeah, man, we had so many nettles. Nettles really healthy, man. It makes a great tea. It makes a great soup. If you get the nettles when they're young, before they get tougher leaves and they harden off, they're sweeter. And it's supposed to, well, I've never eaten it myself, but I know people have, and I've watched enough videos on it. But I no longer live around nettles. But it would probably build a natural immunity in your system, so you wouldn't get stung too, I would believe.
Hey, Eagle, what's the name of that? There's a sapling out there that is poisonous as well on the East Coast. What is that?
A sapling?
Yeah.
What kind of sapling?
Well, it's just a small tree. It doesn't grow real big.
Well, there's a lot of things out there that are poisonous that people don't know about, so I don't want to give anybody ideas. But if you have a farm,
I'm actually drawing a blank on that, John.
I'll put it to
Yeah.
you.
Well, when I was out in Pennsylvania, there was this one little tree, this little sapling type tree. They said, yeah, don't hang out around those. Those are poisonous too, just as much as poison oak and ivy.
They got the deadly
That's
stuff.
poison sumac.
Sumac.
It'll grow like a vine, but it also
Sumac.
comes up like a sumac tree. And if
That's
it's
what
left
it
to
is.
itself,
It was a sumac tree.
the
Yep.
runners are so big that they just shoot up everywhere. So it's like poison ivy growing up a tree or poison ivy in a field, but
They look like little saplings everywhere.
Yeah, they grow up just like a poison ivy would wrap around a tree, but they're their own little sapling, and they'll get bigger. I don't think they ever get that big though. I think they stay small, and they don't typically make it through the winter, but the root system stays, so they'll always shoot up. I think that's the way
that is a fact. They do die out and then come back. I know that because when I was going out fishing all the time out in the rivers in Pennsylvania, the poison sumac tree was one of those things. They told me, watch out for those. I'd never even heard of it before,
But if you're a farmer and you have animals, there are certain trees that will grow on your property that you don't want your animals eating when the leaves are dying, because they will die violent deaths. And it happens all the time while their animals die. So if you have wild cherry trees, you can feed your animals wild cherry trees, but don't ever let them eat a branch that's broke or the leaves, because for the first 7 days it's strychnine.
Oh, that's true.
I put a disclaimer on that. That's on the internet somewhere, probably. But that's a farmer's knowledge, is that when a cherry tree is dying within the first week, it is strychnine.
That's a trip.
So that was the first thing I was taught when I paid $2,500 for a goat and $750 for four and $450 for the other one. He was like, if you got cherry trees on your property, He said, you better get rid of them. He said, you don't want to lose these expensive ghosts and cheap ones you had. Ain't nothing like losing them, right? He said, you just spent all this money. He said, make sure your ghosts don't eat any broken cherry tree branches. So I was away one time transferring the property from myself to my brother, and a guy came in and took out a bunch of trees. And they were cherry trees, and I was away. I come home, 5 goats that were worth like a lot of money laying there dead because they got into the cherry trees in the first week of as they were dying. It's the same as hemlock. Hemlock.
Yep.
What's the other one? Mountain laurel, which grows a lot in that. It probably grows in that area, in the woods. They won't bother it if it's growing green. So if there's a lot of people wanting to buy property. So if you buy property, you put animals out there. There's some plants you just want to go and say, dead, 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 because you're a insurance liability to my food going into my stomach. It's protection, right? It's just like putting the fence up. I don't want that cherry tree. I don't want that one big cherry tree standing there. You get struck by lightning one night that I'm on vacation, and then it comes down and the goats or the cows or the horse or anything. It'll kill any of them, drop them all dead. But if they eat it right away, say does this, it drops and they rush in there and they eat it all, you're good to go. So if you cut down a wild cherry tree and your animals come in and strip it, no problem. Don't let them eat it while it's getting breaking down. That's why the cities have had such problems, like probably Flint and other ones, and they already had problems. Is that you get all those leaves in your water, and it creates chloroform, and then you combine it with chlorine, and I don't know the chemistry. I'm not a chemist, but it just makes things worse. So a lot of places, from what I know, are getting too much chloroform already in the water from decomposing leaves. But that's just what I heard. I'm not quoting or giving anybody advice on the chloroform in the
Flint had a multi-problem. It had already had an infrastructure that was wore down with old nasty pipes. And then when they stopped actually getting water from Detroit and started pumping water directly out of the Flint River, there was that short period where the pipes were empty. We all know what happens to empty lines that are under no pressure. That shit just falls from the sides of the pipe walls.
It'll block everything.
Washed into things. So when the system was shut down, all them old nasty pipes that had shit built up in them instantly got put into the water supply, which again, on top, the source that they were drawing from was the source that was being was being dumped in, chemicals. I mean, Chevy, all the big major 3 had worked around that river. It was just disaster after disaster after disaster. So it wasn't necessarily, in particular chemical that did it in. And what actually has happened in Flint is pretty much nationwide, but it doesn't necessarily get reported on, man. A lot of these older cities, the infrastructures haven't been rebuilt since their conception. There's still old parts of town that are operating on the 100-year-old plumbing and fucking water supply that they ever were on. So,
I know. I understand.
Just for being from Flint, I just kind of I have a little knowledge on the subject there.
That's good.
I heard they were actually having problems with the Flint water again.
Well, I wouldn't doubt that. I hope not. I still got a daughter there. I got out of Flint before all that happened, but I can tell you this: I definitely seen a change in that town after, the effects of what the water had done to the population. Man, it was. You could actually see it in the way people's demeanor, the way they acted.
So what kind of a change did it do?
Just attitude, all they still have any child that was in that neighborhood. They're still like trying to pay for supplemental education because they know the effects that it had on the body and brains of kids in that town. So almost every kid that's grew up in that time, that era of Flint right now are eligible for education grants and other stuff and studies. They actually, my kids, I wasn't even in Flint at that time, but there was a mailing mix up to where I actually, my business uh, was getting charged taxes for being, because I still had I was in two different counties. I still held my business license in Genesee County, and I applied for licensing in Shiawassee County, and I kept both licenses because I wanted no problems in working in both counties. And I ended up, even though I didn't have a shop at that address any longer, the city of Flint was trying to bill me for taxes. You know what I'm like? I don't even have a physical fucking shop there. That's an old address, and I had to fight it. Nonetheless, to this day, because of all that, I still get like questionnaires for my kids and stuff like that. They even went as far as they paid people. They paid my kids $10 to fill out the fucking survey and send them back. You know what I mean? So, there is definitely still studies going on about, the effects to the children of Flint during that time period. What's up, Tom?
Yeah, Tal, welcome
What's
in.
up? How you boys doing? Shout
Good,
out to
good.
my OT World in the chat tonight.
Yeah,
Rez, Robert, Mr. Greenfingers, Johnny Candaseed, MAO space T space world.
Ah, I see. They were in chat yesterday. They actually were there on the shout outs list.
Yeah, he's a cool dude.
So Mountie World, is that how you say it?
Oh, I don't know. That's the way I said it.
Well, that helped me because I was like scratching my head last night going, man,
He
I gotta
might be.
fucking shout this one out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He might
On
be
the
open
list,
to
question mark.
a sit down. I don't know though.
That'd be cool.
But yeah, I've been following him for a while on the YouTubes.
I
He's all right.
actually think I even shorted it to Mr. T was World last night.
Makes me want to eat a
Hopefully,
brownie.
no offense taken. How you been, brother? Been a minute, few days, easy.
Yeah, it's been like a week. I've been doing shit. Been having to get up early. These guys got me roped in, but I'm gonna have a little respite for this tomorrow and Monday anyway. But yeah,
Hey,
other than that,
Al, how you doing?
I'm doing good. That mutant is not dead yet, so
That's good.
I'm always happy about that. It's still alive. I don't think it's gonna
I think that thing will
produce.
revenge.
Before I forget, I wanted to mention, I didn't know if you caught that show, you weren't on that night, but I was talking about how much cannabis and how much oil I use. And I was like, well, Tal's the one. Tal's the one. The American one's the one that taught me that. And I was like, I guess that's why our cookies are so strong. They were thinking that's a lot of 4 ounces of cannabis to 2 ounces of oil is a lot.
I'm
No,
willing
it's
to bet,
too-
Tal, if you throw that thing under 24 for at least a month and a half, that thing will get right back to being a normal plant.
Dude, it was never ever a normal plant. But
it was
maybe
never
I
a
can get
normal
it growing.
Will be.
I get it growing again.
That's the new normal.
What's
There
up,
you go.
Red Pill?
That's about right, Red Pill.
Hey,
Yeah,
yeah, that
yeah.
is how you say it. It's Mauti. And I've been talking to him behind the scenes, and he would love to do an episode.
Oh, that'd be so cool. There you go.
Smiley, sir, welcome in.
At least
as
he's
well.
open to it. I don't want to say
Like
he's
to do it?
gonna love to do it. Yeah.
Right. There you go.
I would.
Wait a second, Tal, did you say that was too much cannabis, not enough oil?
Yeah, I said 4 ounces to a pound of butter.
Yeah,
Almost
but they
a
say,
20.
wait a second, but they, in that direction, they said if you use an oil,
Oh,
a pound of oil can equals 2 cups of oil. A
Okay,
pound of
yeah.
butter equals.
oh, okay, 2 cups. I thought you said 2 ounces. I was like, no, 2 ounces. Like that's 2 shot glasses.
I use 4 ounces of weed and 2 cups of oil.
There you go. Perfect. Yeah.
1 ounce of stick.
1 brownie. Well, do
1
you
ounce of
will?
stick. Is that what it is?
That's what I
What's
do.
that? What's that?
That's what I do.
Man,
Buy
I made
4
mine is
sticks.
only a 1/4 ounce per stick. I made mine really weak.
That's just half of that, but I mean, I guess it would depend on the strain, the cannabinoids you're getting out of it, the THC content. If mine's only
Mine-
15 and yours is 30, you're still going to get the same THC content.
They say if you had about a gram worth of good cannabinoids in there, and then you were able to make 10 cookies with that stick of butter, you have about 100 milligram cookie then.
Well, these are it's a half. This is a third. Typically, I use a half cup of oil, so that's
I was talking about for Johnny.
1 ounce. Okay, but 1 ounce. Tell me here. This is 1 ounce of weed for a tray of this.
1 ounce of weed in what?
Yeah, and that's
That's a 9x9.
9 by
How
9
many-
tray.
How many brownies you got?
1, 2, 3, 12.
16? 12.
16, sorry.
Let me do that. I can't do the quick math in my head. Let me do the
You can
rest.
do that on a calculator. He'll be back.
I know this. I took
Johnny,
about a week
I
off.
used to make my butter 10 grams, 10 grams of
Per
bud per stick. And I always
Per
thought
stick.
that shit was strong. Per
Yeah,
stick.
good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, so that's 40,
Yeah,
Yeah, well,
that's
40,
40
just
grams
under
of
2
bud.
ounces per pound. Yeah.
Right. Well, that's what I say. Sugar trim,
Well,
sugar leaf, and
That's a
large
little
bud.
bit. That's around 300 milligrams.
But I use bud on mine. I didn't
There you
use
go.
sugar trim or lard. You
They
know,
say-
so
Well, like it depends on how good the sugar is, but yeah, they usually I think equate it to like twice. So like an ounce of real bud is like 2 ounces of shake.
That's
But-
what I've always loved about my magic butter thing is because you could throw the nugs in there and that
Yeah.
thing fucking just fucking just destroyed that shit. You know what I mean?
Oh,
You
yeah, I
didn't
throw
even
the
have to
nugs in.
worry.
I throw the nugs in with my shit. What's up, Smiley?
I was just saying, cheers. It's the 20.
yeah,
Oh,
it is.
shit.
It's the 20. That's
Yeah.
right. I loaded this up. I was going to say we got to burn it.
That Denver was saying in chat. I was lighting one up. Fire it up.
Smoking this bong from that Special K place, man. I'm digging it. I got like
Yeah, dude, that looked like a cool little bong, man. Hell yeah.
it is, and it's heavy as fuck, dude. It's like it's really heavy.
Oh yeah.
I think their bongs are pretty unbreakable too. I think.
They have a line of unbreakables, but I don't know if yeah.
Okay.
But I went from like having nothing to having like have like 4 or 5 really sick good pieces now.
Nice.
Yeah.
I like the Special K glass, man. They do. Those boys down there, they do a good job at what they do.
And yeah, it's each one's unique and they got some really cool shit going on. And yeah, if you go to the auctions page, I bid on one for $50, like they have buy it nows too, but you get like one cheap if no one's paying attention. I lost it by $5. It would have been like half price.
I love auctions. You know that.
But yeah, unfortunately, yeah, no matter how good I take care of any of my glass pieces, eventually the time comes where they are sent back to the recycling bin. Unfortunately.
Do they have a
This
program?
piece.
Do they have a recycle program
Yesterday.
there at Special K?
Well, they use recycled glass. That's part of their like coolness too.
Yeah, it just seems like you'd be able to send it back and get a discount on the next one.
I don't know about that.
It's good
Some people
business.
fix it.
Melt
You
this
can make a
down.
living on recyclables in California.
Right. Sorry, you go. I didn't mean to cut into what you were saying.
Yeah, you got totally cut.
Totally.
No, you're fine.
I fucking
just said
my
you can make
oldest
a
piece, the most fragile piece I have right here. I fucking
Don't
knocked
even
it off
show
a
it.
fucking-
I was gonna say, don't touch it.
Oh man,
Don't touch it.
oh man. Y'all remember this right here, the Davicino?
Yeah,
Back-
yeah.
Oh
yeah.
wow. Wow. That is so
They
cool.
actually got sued. They got
Yeah.
sued over this fucker because it was so close to the Starbucks cup.
Oh,
And actually
wow.
on the back of it,
I like that.
it says right here it says shatter, wax, or crumble in the check boxes.
Uh,
Oh, that's awesome,
And
man.
I bumped this shelf, and this fucker was sailing towards the ground, and I don't know how, but I managed to fucking just whack, like I was saving a child that was falling off a fucking building, man. I couldn't even fucking believe it myself. I was like, holy shit. I looked at it for a minute. I was like, oh shit, that just happened.
That was a life grab. A life grab. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I couldn't
That's
believe it.
amazing. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's amazing when you do
I'm
stuff
gonna
like
go
that.
gently put it back.
I like that. 'Cause in 9 times in life, 9 times out of 10, you catch it. It's always that one where you miss it. You're like, oh, I missed it, man.
Talking about lecithin in chat. Actually, I just heard this tonight. Lecithin is a protein binder, and it tends to prefer proteins that have a carbohydrate tail, whatever that stands for. But either way, that's
Polywogs.
why the lecithin helps in that. I think maybe it's something different too. I don't know. That's what
So
I
Fucking
it's
keep
better-
forgetting to get it. Fuck.
It's a better binder for sugar rather than oil.
well, it's a binder for the proteins,
Fire.
and it
Well,
helps.
They say
But they,
carbohydrate
dude,
will
I heard
kill
it's like 80% like more potent. Like it'll,
Dude,
Yeah,
that'd be
yeah, it's like a
That'd be
huge
crazy.
percentage, and there's only a little bit you need.
right. I gotta go get
at
it.
2 pounds, it's actually like 1 teaspoon to that 2 pounds of butter. And it makes a hell of a difference on how the cannabis binds with the butter. And I've also heard it's a huge influence on how the body takes it up, and the overall effect of the cannabis is in there as well.
Man, that's what Smiley's saying. 80% better.
Yeah, it's like
That'd be devastating, dude.
it's that much more effective of having the THC drawing the THC into your bloodstream.
Yeah.
You-
Yeah,
I
I've read
suggest there's
somewhere.
different grades of
Kind
it
of
too.
essential.
You can actually get a liquid form. You can actually get it in a granular form from like restaurants. But I suggest getting it. Yeah, I used to get mine actually from GNC.
What is it,
soy
lecithin?
Quality.
You want the
Yeah,
sunflower.
granular form.
you want the sunflower though.
Yeah.
Yeah, talk to me, Smiley. Tell me what I
Yeah,
want.
because if you start using the soy, you'll grow those mantas, you know?
Right? And you don't want that, Tal.
No, there's something about the sunflower works better, I think, or there's something about it where it's better for that. And I don't remember all the details. Sorry, Tal, but I just remember the sunflower one was the one you wanted to get.
All right, you're fired. Collect your personal belongings and get out.
Whatever, I gave you the right answer. Go get that one. Give a fuck why.
All right, good enough. I'll take it. So you're hired. You're hired.
I'm sure either one works. I don't know.
All right, but I'll see. Sunflower lecithin.
Man, you're
Yeah,
tough,
'cause-
But
boss.
they're right
You're
though.
tough, boss.
I think they're right though. At a
Yeah.
point though, you have to question anything that's soy based. If it is a GMO form of soy, which is pretty much 80% of the market. Most of our soy shit we send out gets fucking sent back to us because
Give
it
you
is a
man boobs.
GMO form of soy. It actually affects the food it takes. I know people that thought they had allergies to certain foods, certain meats, and it ended up being the soy that animal was off taking was a bad form of soy.
Wow, yeah, I believe it too.
Old farmers saying that's
Gotta use hemp feed. That's the best feed.
that's feed, man.
Oh, there we go.
Even
Have
though-
put Gigi in the house.
I do like what do they call them at the Japanese restaurant?
Oh yeah, the best, the most expensive, best Wagyu beef that ever was sold was olive. They like fattened these Wagyu cows up on olives, and it actually had like olive tinge to the fat and to the
I
meat.
don't want no Wagyu beef, man.
It's Japanese, not Chinese. Don't worry. It's
No, I
not a
know they
Chinese
get no. They give it
conspiracy.
to. I know all about Wagyu beef.
Those
they give it
goddamn
fed beer.
trichomes. Don't worry.
I know
No,
this
it's given. It's fed. Listen, it's fed a diet. It's never supposed to have. It's fed beer all the time and given a
No, that's a
massage.
Oh,
myth.
yeah.
That's a myth. That's a total myth.
So speaking of
It's a-
imported foods, did you guys hear this thing about China was saying that the coronavirus came from imported lobsters from Maine?
I know. Cheddar
I
Bob
instantly
did
thought
it.
of Cheddar Bob. I was like, how fucking offended is
I
he?
saw that shit, man. Where is Cheddar Bob? He needs to back. I mean, he needs to, he needs to refute this shit.
I was laughing.
Because-
He's the only lobsterman I know, so it's like.
And he's shipping shit that's all foul and rancid when it gets there. Ask Eagle. Come on.
Hey,
Eagle
Red.
knows.
Right, he sent him the
Bill, you're
eagle,
right.
didn't he?
You send him the Eagle.
Yeah, he tried to give you the Corona lobsters, Eagle. What the fuck?
Yeah,
Corona
those-
was never made.
Those Maine
Right.
lobster terrorists.
That's why it never made it, because they fucking found it at the airport. They were
It
like,
was
"This shit's got
quarantined.
fucking-" Yeah, it was quarantine. They were like, "Take that shit away." They're like,
No,
"Fuck
but
that."
Red Pill's right on the beef though. That's Kobe beef I was talking about. Wagyu's just a cross. It's a certain type of cross.
Yo,
That's it.
Variety.
what
Yeah,
week
it's a
is that?
cross.
Hemp with
It's a
Gigi.
Pheno.
Oh, I want to throw out a shout out to Automation is Freedom. He stopped by. He was out here at the MJ Coco, or not the MJ Coco, the MJ Biz con, the conference out here. So he stopped by. I got to meet him and his wife. We smoked. He brought some lunch by. It's good times, man. We hung out for a few hours. So I just wanted to give him a shout out. Good dude.
You guys are talking about breeding. That's a good thing. That's right there what you said, Red Pill, though. And I corrected myself. Because that's a cross to get a certain type of muscle structure, to get a certain type of fat content that they found that works on certain farms, and they could pass on that trait to teach people how to cross animals. And we wouldn't have to buy that Wagyu to get it right away. Guess what? You could buy these other animals and cross them and get to that same point.
They have, picky standards of what they certify as that, but actually you can get Wagyu from Australia, you can get it from here in America, you can get it from Paraguay, you can get it from Ireland. They got it all over now. Same cow.
Hey, if you want a cow that takes like Wagyu, it's probably somebody growing it in your area. You get anybody who crosses Angus with Charolais.
Well,
Yeah,
the
but
best
that
I've ever had
Antarctica
is
beef, that Antarctica beef is the best.
the best I ever had is Grand Steer tenderloin. And that's $22.50 a pound. It's not that expensive, but that's the best.
I'm talking about
Cut
a local
of
farmer
meat
who
ever.
crosses his own cows. Buy local. Drive up the farmer's lane. A lot of those guys will have a cow in the freezer. They'll sell you some of it. And you'll be like, what? You only want $4 a pound? That's $15 in the grocery store. They're
Right.
like, I need to put new in the freezer. You just got to drive up their lane and knock on their door.
No, this is a retail price for sure. This is from my uncle's meat market.
Yeah, but I mean,
Good old day, GG.
watch it. Okay. You know that you can get cannabis or something, a vegetable grown from one of your friends, or you can grow it just as good as you can get in a store, right? Or you can buy the hyped. And
I've already done this thought experiment, and I've gotten to the point
Okay.
where I don't know if I'm, we'll just say, bred and or my own breeding and genetics and all that. I don't know what it would take if I had to unlock it or if it's completely new information that I have to learn from scratch. But the whole animal rearing and livestock and all that, like I can be a farmer, I can grow plants,
Yeah.
but I don't know what it has. I don't know what it takes to have chickens and goats and cattle and horses. And I've
Do
never
you
birthed
read?
Simple,
animal.
man. Simple.
Yeah.
It's so simple, man.
I mean,
I don't know
the
about
only thing I've
that.
been around, the only animal I've been around that gave birth is a dog, puppies.
No, it really
And
is
your
simple.
mama.
It really
My
is
mama.
You were around.
Yeah, man. The biggest mistake people make when they buy property and they decide is they don't. The number one thing you have to do is you're already planning shelters. You have your shelter. You have your perimeter fence. If you have a perimeter fence, that any animal that you get, that you're worried about getting through it. So for me, it would be I'm not worried about the chicken getting that far to the perimeter fence. If it does, and gets killed, that chicken just got too far, right? I made a mistake or something, but I'd try to keep a goat in, right? People put a barbed wire fence up. They see everybody put barbed wire fence up. Yeah, you can keep a cow in with one strand of barbed wire or two strands of barbed wire or 3 or 4 or 5. But if
It's
something
better to
happens,
leave them unrestricted, right?
there's just easier ways to do it. There's tighter ways to make property. So it's just like building your house.
The age-old statement, when the cows come home. That's why people still say that.
Well, that's when they didn't have fences as much.
Right.
But they'll come home. They definitely will come home. They won't stay at the neighbor's house.
So hemp with Gigi, I see you got that plant trainer, man. How you liking that thing? Is that one work? It's pretty good or what?
Yeah, they seem to be working pretty well. I used them in the 4x4 over there, so I really won't see the full results, but I think I'm still addicted to super cropping.
Yeah, what weekends are those plants in?
They have 1 week left as of today, so that's why they have this fade that started, because I cut their feed about a week ago, because I cut it about 2 weeks before chop.
It looks
So they're
like
coming in
it's
just some
good.
purple,
Get them
some
yellow
yellow.
leaves out of there. Come on, man.
Coming in just
Smiley.
Yeah, you got some nice color on some of them ones.
Good. Rocket ships, man.
Yeah, really good. I like the look of that whole little crop there.
they're really starting to fade, though, for sure. Yeah, I think they're on for
Excellent.
another 10 minutes. I think that's it. I think that's all the timer says, like 10 minutes.
Mhm.
How much longer you got on? It's hard to tell, but
A week. So
A
I'll be
week?
chopping here in about a week. Yeah, 5 minutes and 11 seconds. But yeah, about a week we'll be chopping.
so you're flushing all that right now or whatever.
Yeah, that's why she looks so yellow. Like this back one, like hardcore started flushing.
What else we got here?
I'm liking these purples that are coming through on it though. Yeah, they're looking nice. But some of these are just straight donkey dicks. Freaking huge.
I don't want to get that close to a donkey.
I guess I never really paid that much attention to what a donkey's dick looked like. But
Huge.
If it did, it probably looked something like this, right? I imagine.
That's what mine looks like.
It might have 2 of these on the end.
a rocket comes to a point like that.
Donkey show is one of my top characters.
But it's measured
Smiley.
donkey dicks. That's about 1 1/4 donkey dick.
Oh yeah.
You think any of my
Spear.
kids ever, hey, you think any of my kids ever read these books? No. What kind of animal you want to raise? I got books for it, probably. Not everyone.
Female sex slave.
No, chickens and goats mainly.
Uh,
You know what? Actually, the first animal I'm going to get that I really feel comfortable around,
What's that?
they're going to proliferate. Rabbits.
Rabbits?
I love rabbits, man. They're so cute and
That's
cuddly.
cool, man.
I remember all I remember about rabbits and somebody owning them is I had a buddy in junior high that had like 2 rabbits, and they didn't realize like they're fucking both, they were both boys or whatever. But I guess like all I remember is they had to get rid of them because the rabbits would fucking always want to hump. Like they once they hit their puberty or whatever, like they'll fuck the side of the cage and spooge all over the floor. Like the whole, like they had the
Oh,
cage, they had the cage. Was fucking, yeah, dude, just spooge all over everything, and they finally got rid of them for that reason.
Like,
But I don't
what
know
the
if it's
hell
that
is?
way. You got to give them a girl or whatever. I don't know,
Gotta
man.
get
But
them rabbits fixed.
yeah, something.
Oh my god, that's
You don't
good.
fix a rabbit. A rabbit's dog food, bro. That's like dog food.
Mm.
That's what I used to feed my dogs on the homestead. I used to catch them every day, or else they wouldn't eat, or else I wouldn't eat sometimes.
That's fun for that.
But Bad Bunny's got a bunch of them, but apparently it's
You
not an
ever
issue. We
seen-
just let them fucking breed. Like, just
You
let
ever
Right,
seen
yeah.
those Flemish rabbits? They're like 5 feet tall. They weigh like 100 pounds.
God, they're
I
like
saw a picture of one.
Yeah.
Taller than me.
Emu, like they just like get away from me.
Oh, the love movie. No, give me a kiss. Come on, give me a kiss.
You know, I went to this party. They had 2 pet rabbits,
Ugh.
like dogs.
crazy.
They just ran around the house like dogs, like, you know what I mean, everywhere. But they were big motherfuckers with big ears. Not like the one Red Pill was talking about though, but like a good size, bigger than like a Chihuahua, like you know, like a decent sized poodle-ish.
Yeah, my rabbit
Probably
used to kick
a good-
my dog's ass. They would beat my dog's ass. My best friend's dog. He had the 2 rabbits, and then I had one because he moved it and he left it. So I owned a rabbit for like 3 years. Fuckers are loud. Kick everything. They get scared. They kick the fuck out of their cage. Good alarm system. Best
I
alarm
had a
system ever.
rabbit named him Ricochet.
There you go.
Mhm.
Yeah, they're good alarms. That's all.
When they came in, I won't say. Watch your grass when you mow it.
But yeah, I wasn't warned about the rabbits. I went in to go use the bathroom, and this freaking thing was hopping around. I was like, "What the fuck?"
Did you use it as toilet paper?
I was just
No,
gonna
I
ask
didn't.
that, man. That's definitely a backup for toilet paper. All of a sudden, it's got a brown streak on its back.
Those things will bite your balls off, bro. Those things have no problem biting the shit out of you.
Oh, I know
Like
that.
The jackalope's my favorite. That's the best one if you're gonna get one. Get the jackalope.
Lady friend Tal. Was it a lady friend with the rabbits?
Oh, no, it's a party, a random party.
Done
It
dead.
was,
It's dead. I'm leaving town.
After high school. Yeah, it was weird.
The rabbit
Parents were
done
getting
died.
stoned with us. Or actually, I went in to like, get stoned with the parents actually that time.
You old timer.
No, because they knew I had the good weeds.
I know.
The
I
good weeds,
understand.
it's like, well, more so back in the day, that was like a door opener, man. You got to do a lot of shit that you couldn't do if you didn't have the good weed. But now, most people don't even know what the good weed is, and everybody's got the quote good weed. So yeah, it's not that special as it used to be.
Well, they don't even know what good weed is in California unless you're somebody who grows it. Because I can tell you what, I can pull a dog out of this thing right here that I won't smoke, that looks beautiful, but it just dried too quick. I would never smoke it, but I'll eat it. I'll cook it and eat it. They think it's the best thing on the fucking planet if I give them a bud. What the
Right.
fuck? Man? It's trash, man. Trash for the smell. I wouldn't hand it to you or Eagle, I can tell you that, or Johnny or anybody else on here. Smiley, nobody else.
I would take it. I'll take anything.
They're like, "You're gonna just cook that? You're not gonna smoke it?" I'm like, "Yeah, I won't smoke that." I even tell them, "I don't smoke this one." They're like, "Really? It smells great." I'm like, not to me.
You should have smelled it before.
Right.
Should have smelled it. Yeah, you should have smelled it before I fucked up the cure on it.
Yeah.
I didn't get it moldy, but I just fucked the cure up. It's my fault. You know,
Oh.
and growers out there, you got to be willing to do that. You're willing to try different stuff. I can successfully dry stems a 1/4 inch up to a 1/4 inch, hang them outside right now, as long as they're under a tarp or something and out of the sun. They're going to take almost 2 weeks to dry. It'll turn out to be good bud. All the leaves wrapped around it, and just go take the leaves off of it, because at nighttime, my humidity right outside now is in the mid, it's probably 50, probably 45, 50. Daytime, it'll be 20s, but it's just a fluctuation. So I've been playing around, not wanting to bring more stuff in, spend more money. My house is 300 square foot. So I've had to try old style stuff. And I'm like, well, damn, this is better than anything that I could get out of the store once I take the sugar leaves off, but so I'm like, don't get discouraged. I'm saying to anybody out there who wants to grow and you think you can't dry and everything, do it perfectly. Just do it. Don't make it moldy, but just put it somewhere, it's going to get some airflow and it's going to turn out half decent. And how about that? It'll be better than what you're going to buy from somebody who's growing and you don't know what they're putting into it. Even if you put it out, I could do better by putting it out in that same area if I had it in a cardboard box hanging, you know what I'm saying? I have it in a closed tarp, closed in a shaded area. So I just keep checking it every day, and I get amazed about this, 1/4 inch stalk or even a little bit smaller, and just over an 1/8 inch. That after a week, it don't snap. It does still got bendy, and the bud's still a little mushy, and there's no mold on it. I'm like, shit, I'm happy with this. But here was my question before, and I'm gonna shut up for a while. Is that, has anybody taken? I just did it with fresh bud off the plant, washed it, put it right into coconut. I put a bowl about, I don't know, if it dried, it'd probably be an ounce. But it was a nice sized bowl full of wet, heavy bud that, probably weighed a pound, wet, into, I don't know, 3 cups of oil, probably, maybe 4 cups, 3 or 4 cups. Just right here. It may not even be that much. This wasn't what it made. I got most of it back. There's a beer can. I'm just wondering if anybody has done it, how it turns out, because I tell you what, it smells really good, man. It smells like the other does when you do it finishes. But it has almost a freshy tangy flavor to it. I don't know. I was just curious if anybody else had done it fresh off the plant into coconut oil.
So you cooked it right into the coconut oil or what?
Right then, man. Just like Tal gave me the instructions to do, I followed that and put it in the crock pot. I figured
I was
already
gonna
had
say,
some water.
I added some fresh material to mostly dry stuff though, but I was told when I was taught how to do it that you could put in fresh stuff. So yeah, the very, very first time I did it, I had a ton of dry shit and I just harvested some and I put it all in there. And yeah, ever since that first batch of cookies, I never looked back.
Yeah, me either, man. I took a week off and then I ate one last night. I woke up this morning going, what's this feeling, man? I still feel like I should go back to sleep. It felt good, is what I meant. What are you growing, man? Amy Aces. I know you're growing Amy Aces all the time.
Actually, she's in the corner, but I got all those chocolate
But
ones.
nobody puts Amy in the corner.
Nobody puts Amy in the corner.
Yo, I backhand that bitch.
All the boyfriends.
No, I love her.
What do you
I
say all the
love her.
time, Smiley? The boys are always looking for Amy.
But yeah, I got like 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I have 4 or 5 chocolate, maybe even more than that, girls. And I got 4 boys of the chocolate tie, and then I got two
Oh, you're getting
chocolate
all
lopes.
you're getting a lot of chocolate in your garden, like you were looking to get.
Yeah, Todd.
Yeah, it's there. We're gonna see what-
Nice.
they're coming
Where
up
did-
now to be shortly pushed into flowers, so I'll be getting some flavors
So-
soon.
So
Where did you-
what are the rubs? What are the rubs giving you?
Nothing yet.
Nothing.
Yet. Nah.
Ah,
Yeah.
Where did you
but-
get your chocolate tie seeds at?
I got it was labeled OG chocolate tie F5s from AK Bean Brains. And then I got the Chocolope from the regular DNA seeds with their feminized.
That's something that's something Bean Brains has already worked.
I guess so. Yeah, they're
Oh,
labeled
yeah.
F5s. I would imagine he
Oh,
did it. I don't
hell
know.
man.
Yeah,
That's
so
fire, man. That's gonna be taste just like whatever it says it's gonna be.
I hope so.
It will be.
Yeah, I hope so. But I'm gonna make a ton of seeds. So if there's nothing chocolatey there, then I don't even know if I would bother wait with all the seeds. But I figure it would unlock genetics that might have them.
What's the description of the Pheno?
Yeah, I don't even know. There really wasn't one, I don't think.
There wasn't.
I'd have to go look. But the Chocolope, they all say coffee and they always add coffee into the flavor of chocolate weed.
I agree with the chocolate, and I didn't get anything that resembled chocolate. It was more like
Antelope
very
haze part.
different, like perfume or like some type of feminine lotion.
Thanks a lot, Red Belt.
Over
Crushing
here
my
eating
hopes.
cookies and drinking coffee, thinking chocolate and coffee are delicious.
Yeah.
And also, I
Oh,
forget
yeah.
who made this one, but one of the last plants I got to grow, one of the plants that was confiscated and took in front of all my neighbors through the front door for the whole world to see, was a chocolate heaven. I forget the cross of that, but before it got harvested, the plant, or when I rubbed the plant and I smelled it, smelled very reminiscent to that chocolate, but I don't smell chocolate. So maybe my nose is broken. Maybe this is kind of like a situation where eagles got dragon fruit when it should be pine. And I'm literally
no, don't
smelling.
be picking on Eagle.
I'm not picking on eagle.
Funny.
I smell
It's
cantaloupe
terroir, man. It's terroir.
and mango. Like where I should be smelling chocolate, it smells like mango. What the fuck
Well,
is
because
that?
it's the chocolate, the cantaloupe haze. That's the
Yeah.
chocolate. Yeah, and the chocolope, the lope part.
Yeah, it definitely was lopey.
I want the choco part, bitches.
Chocolate's nice. I killed that chocolate
Well,
male.
Hope you get it.
Yeah, and I did see I saw a cross with chocolate tie in it from a different source that I gonna try and maybe get.
So I was looking for chocolate strains. If anyone has a seed vault, if anyone's got
Yeah, Mr. Robert Greenfingers is showing us
Chocolate
something right now.
turnover. Yeah, I got the
Well,
chocolate turnover
this is
for me.
this is even old school. This is old DJ Short strain. He did make a Cocoa Kush, Cocoa Puffs. For a long time ago, if you look it up, DJ Short Cocoa Kush. If anyone still got seeds of that,
Well, I have a 1-to-1 Cocoberry Jones, and that's by Bud White Genetics. And that one there has kind of like a chocolate licorice kind of flavor to it. Black licorice.
And I have chocolate ice cream, and I even took it 70 days, and it changed after that. That's that has DJ Short's blueberry back 3 or 4 lineages on that one. I did. So if you ever want some ice cream, I got about 5,000 seeds.
Red pill.
I haven't searched. I've only smoked one plant out of that. Grew some just to see if they wouldn't harm. So who knows what else is in there.
I found red pill. I found the pack of blueberry and all that stuff, like all of the road shit, by looking in my local weed maps. But I found it was like 3 years ago. But the place might still have like the pack. But
did they have pictures of the packs?
yeah, they had it was old
Was
world.
it in a little manila folder or like a little manila pack that like a little
Stapled
manila
together,
folder.
like stick.
Yeah,
like
and did it
glue.
have a wood grain? Was it like an image like DJ Short, like a burnt into a wood grain sticker?
Yeah,
That's the one I got.
it said
Yeah,
old
yeah.
world genetics, old world genetics on it.
That's the newest
Yeah.
shape though, right?
Well, I got my pack of True Blueberry literally like in 2009 or 10. And that's the pack it came in. And I also had Vanna Luna. Unfortunately, I had Vanna Luna that got confiscated. Damn it.
Yeah, they come with 13 seeds, right?
Yep.
I need to give some seeds away.
Yeah.
Yeah, my intentions, I had a intention to make an anti-anxiety cross. And I didn't have, I didn't get to the point where I'm all like anxious and I smoke this weed and find out if it cures the anxiety. But I did the research and figured out what strains were good for anxiety to try to hopefully try them out someday. I wanted to breed 2 good anti-anxiety strains, because I feel like it's not like a medical thing. Like you got your arm chopped off and you need surgery. But what a lot of people would really like from cannabis is, take the load off or take the edge off, just make them feel better, make it, like a bubble bath type high. The feeling you get from a nice soothing bubble bath in the form of a joint or a dab was what I was looking for. And I had
That's
that
butter popcorn.
DJ Short Vanna Luna, and I had
Yep.
DNA Genetics Slee Stack to Skunk, which was their Slee Stack. DNA is like a preferred hash strain. If you're going to get a hash strain from them, they would steer you to get Slee Stack. It was a super heavy producer for dry sift and water hash, and it had this particular feature with the resin on it, where you could literally like flick the bud and the resin would like just shake off and twinkle off. It was like really easy to break dry cones off weed, the Slee Stack. So they had a collaboration with Skunk Man Sam back in the day. And supposedly they used a skunk number 1 that Sam gave them, which crossed to a few of their strains, which was OG 18, Candy Kush, and Slee Stack. I particularly, because of the hash, clipped that Slee Stack to the skunk, and I wanted to cross that to this Vanna Luna, which was in the description that DJ Short wrote, good for anti-anxiety. So I wanted to make like a hash producing anti-anxiety strain, which would have been the Slee Stack skunk male across to a Vanna Luna female, had I got to run those out.
Wish I would have kept that Pheno Salmon River with that, because that has that blueberry in there. That one that comes out tastes like popcorn. It's exactly what you're describing, man. It's not that you smoke it and you want to go to sleep. It's that smoke it. You feel like somebody pushed you back into a soft couch where you just kind of like
hit that recline lever.
Yeah, it's not the night, everyone. It's hey, everyone. I'm just kind of sit here and relax for a while. It's a totally different, buzz that comes from that. That's my favorite one, man. The one you're describing, it kind of just pushes you back, brings you into a comfortable space in that, but doesn't put you to sleep.
I get that from a lot of OGs. OGs, I kind of get a really good body effect, but it doesn't put me to sleep at all.
And it has those big fat, those 2 Phenos, not the one I bred with, but the one I kept, and that one has those big fat leaves that make the real good hash, where they don't really make that big tight bud, where they're just big fat leaves that are all sticking out from the thing that's covered in dry. I'm looking forward to it. I still haven't.
I ironically have more of a sedating effect from something like Super Silver Haze than Kush's.
Who has a good so I can only get a cross. I got a cross of it, but I want to get a straight Super Silver Haze that somebody's worked, somebody reliable.
About 10, 15 years ago, someone around here was growing the fuck out of it. It was like all you could get. Wow.
Well, they have it. They're just not getting. A lot of guys have it, but they won't get rid of it just because they only get rid of the crosses because they're trying to protect the people who have worked it to that point from it just being passed around after all that. So, which I agree with, and I guess I disagree with. If you're in a just for the business, I guess so. I don't know. I haven't been in it long enough to say I can have a justifiable answer to say something right for the subject.
I think it's cool to keep something to yourself. If it's like one thing that's keeping you different from everybody else, sure, with some people, though.
I like those. I like those gritty granulars. You know, when you hang it, throw it into that dry sift, and you pull it out, and it's like, wow, man, this is like sticky, gooey sandpaper that I can just kind of like play with a little bit and stick in my pipe and smoke. This is a very entertaining. You know,
Ball it up. Yeah.
You pull it, you take it, put it in a line. You know, put a little lean to it, and kind of like this. You know, sugar. It's like sugar, you know. It's like when you're cooking with sugar and that hadn't crusted yet. That stuff kind of like falls away if you don't mold it right. You know? It's very, very different from 40-some years of just smoking weed, and then you get a trim bin that grows some weed, and you're like, what the flip is this? Holy crap! I never saw this before.
How
More of this,
fucking cool
please.
would it be to see Mr. Soul show up in one of these WEedNerdWorld Mondays? That'd be fucking pretty cool.
I was
Red Show, I
Yeah.
heard something. Go ahead. I heard you smile.
I was hoping that as well.
So, who grows a strain that you know that you don't even have to cut a clone from those? You can just throw the seeds down, and you're always going to get the phenos that you got before.
A lot of fucking Mr. Soul's work, man. That fucking
Yeah.
goes like that.
I don't know. I wouldn't say it's the same pheno, but that Agent Orange is always Agent
Consistency.
Orange, man. When I pop those,
Yeah, the first two people that came to mind is definitely Subcool and Mr. Saul's or Brother Grimm's work. So, yeah.
That's good to hear. I mean, that's what I'm experiencing, but I just didn't know if there's a lot of breeders that are holding true to, you know, F3, 4, 5.
That's what personally, I want. That's why I'm so fucking adamant. I want to see the where they're at in the breeding on the packs. Because if I want to fucking pheno hunt, then yeah, I'm cool with buying them F1s. But a lot of times when I'm buying seeds, I want some kind of consistency. You know what I mean?
I want what's in the
I want them
description.
pop. I want them all kind of come up just like clones. Little variation. You know, that's if I'm putting out my hard-earned money for some genetics. I'm not necessarily wanting to pheno hunt unless I'm wanting to pheno hunt. I know I'm going to be pheno hunting. But
Okay, so if there's people that want to follow examples of what works, tonight's example of the episode you had is a perfect one, because a lot of people will bicker and argue and, you know, have their own philosophies, but I'm in the boat that Brothers Grimm is in. And for stability, like you were talking about, people buying mass amounts in the, you know, commercial market because they want to get the results they get out of clones, but they want it out of seeds, and they don't want that fucking variation. That's what you can get. And the way to do it
you're
is
you're
cubing.
buying seeds for the reputation. That one that everybody's fucking talking about. That's what you bought the seeds for. You don't
And
want
you
a
can-
fucking 1 in 7 chance you're gonna find that fucking pheno. That's what I'm saying.
It's
You
that
know?
waste of time is cut out for you through this method of cubing. That whole thing with the cubing the clone, someone's gonna dig that up where it sparked the idea in Saul's head, where he got that high times idea.
yeah, that's
from
old
that.
shit.
Yeah, so that's the way to go.
You have
If
to
you
pick the
if you find like Amy Aces, that's I could
Right.
throw that in there too, along with Brothers Grimm and
I don't know about that.
something
It's
cool.
not.
No, I'm
it's
gonna,
not-
dude. No, Amy Aces is where there's been plenty of people that have grown that from seed.
Yeah, but
They're
that
not
doesn't mean they're all like. They're
So
not
I'll put
all
her in the corner.
close to the same. She's in the corner right now. No,
No, man.
there's some
No.
variation in there, even though she's solid. And that's what I said. I'm happy if I could get.
Well,
If all the girls are worth, if you would keep them.
but how much variation do you know? Like, have you had a platter, like say if 10 people have grown it? Have you got to have all 10
Yeah,
people?
well, I think some. Like when I grew it, there was only like two. I'm calling them thin leaf phenos. But when other people grow them, it seems like the ones that they loved and the ones that they found were the thin leaf ones. Like the one kid, I almost didn't
Yeah.
believe him. He had it in over 10 weeks inside. And then the other kid grew it outside. And he's like, I thought this shit was indica. I'm like, well, when I grew it out, I sent him the pictures of when I grew it out. That they looked like deep chunks leaves, fatter than that even. And he's like, yeah, man, I got a giant. He loved that shit.
Interesting. No,
Yeah, and it could
surrounded by
be terroir too. They were in hotter places, I think, too.
Yeah,
than when I
surrounded by
did
Keith.
it.
He's in the desert and he's got a thin leaf pheno, straight colas, spear colas all the way
Yeah.
up the whole stem. Nugs.
See, that's different than the ones that I had. Totally.
That was the reason why for asking the question, because there are breeders out there
That
where
will
if you
get it.
wanted to grow a whole field of something that's close to what you like
Right.
out of that, what you got out of theirs, you could plant 1,000 seeds and pick them out of there and plant them be close. But if you took mine, which I know and everybody else knows, if you got an F1 or an F2 in that area, you're just going to get a wider variety. And I like the wide variety. I like the hunt, but I also like, and my question was for people out there and myself, if I want to buy 30 seeds and know I'm going to get maybe 15 out of that would fill a room. That would be the same as cloning, because I'm not going to clone anymore. So
I'm developing a
Okay,
seed
so
that whatever you want, it will grow it for you. If you want gas, it'll grow a gas plant. If you want blueberry, it'll grow a blueberry plant. If you want schnozberry, it'll be schnozberry. If you want pine eagle, it'll grow pine for you, brother. I almost got it perfected.
damn.
Was the proprietary, is that a male or female?
That's a female.
Okay, so
now,
if you,
now you're blaming it on me. Am I really like thinking pine, but my vibe's putting out
Mhm.
dragon fruit? Is that where I'm going wrong? Are you outright saying I just don't want it bad enough, Tal?
Oh no.
Maybe your body doesn't need it. Maybe it needs a different terpene. Maybe it's not. Are you putting the seeds in the
No.
mouth, inoculating them
I'll
with your
find it
own
for you.
drum?
I don't know.
I'm sure my
We need to
chocolate.
have more noses smell it, because someone could be like, oh yeah, that's pine. I'm like,
Yeah.
well,
One
what
of my
the hell's wrong
chocolate
with
ties
me?
will be totally pine, I bet. Eagle.
Try as pine trees outside his house.
Wait, say that again?
That would be like a
You
chocolate
probably have
pine.
a
That would
pine
be like a
tree.
fucking thin mint or no, that'd be peppermint
I'm
patty.
just saying
That's
how
what that tastes like.
so many things are
What-
mislabeled nowadays.
What kind of trees do you have
Tal,
outside, Eagle? What kind of trees do you have outside, Eagle?
What's that?
What kind of trees do you have outside? Pine trees or?
Mainly pine, yeah.
That's why
Pine,
you
oak.
can't smell it.
You're
You can't
overwhelmed
smell it
with
because
pine
constant.
you're
already.
surrounded by it. Yeah, you smell it constantly.
How many flavors of pine you want? I got about 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 or 11.
Eagle's nose blind.
You're going to have to hunt
Okay,
them.
Be
so someone's got to volunteer. I don't know who. I guess I'll frickin' do it if we need to, but I'll pay for a fucking analysis from a lab to see if there's any alpha or beta pinene there to begin with.
Oh,
Ah.
That's
Tell
a
you
year's
what.
cheap. If I was that serious here, it wouldn't be that bad to do.
Hey, Eagle, I'm getting ready to hunt that pheno. So I'm going to put it out there right now just so you guys can say, hey, have you done anything with it? I'm going to go find that ice cream with the pine in it. That's the one I'm getting ready to search, that number 5. And that's the next grow. So hopefully I can find that one you were just talking about, because it's in there. And I'll do a back cross on it if I find it. And then we'll see where it goes.
There you go.
Yeah. I'll
Okay,
go
so
back.
so Tal, when you were explaining that about the beans being whatever anybody wanted, man,
Right.
I just pictured you as Willy Wonka, man,
There you
of
go.
the
It's like
Bean Factory.
it is. It's
Willy Wonka and the Bean Factory. You know what I'm saying? Any fucking flavor you want, man, it's in
that's
this
it. When you grow
everlasting
it, it'll be the one you
gobstopper.
want. It'll be the one you want. Not only that, it'll have the cannabinoid profile for whatever ails you. It's a chameleon preventative medicine bean that gives you the flavors you want. Step right up.
Made
Get
by
out
the
your
Oompa
credit cards.
Loompas.
All crypto coin accepted. Step right up.
You're starting to sound like a politician, man.
I was gonna say I wanted to freaking dial you back a little bit. I just wanted to say that if you find a really good phenotype of amiaces, all you got to do to make that in seed form is backcross it.
Yeah, keep
Cube it.
backcrossing it. I was thinking of just trying to get back to the proprietary, make you guys a proprietary to taste.
Do it.
That's like, yeah. And I think out of all the ones I made with it, that would probably be the best one to try and get closest to it.
It works.
Yeah.
I did it. Seems to be working out pretty fine. Went back almost the exact same thing.
If I can have it my way, if I get to the point where I have say, I don't know how to word this. Okay. I'm gonna give people seeds. You know, people are gonna be like, "Hey, Red Bull, I'm watching you. You know, you just made that batch of seeds. Can I get some?" Okay, I guess. You know, I'm not gonna say you can't have them. You ask nicely, but my whole thing is the seeds that I want that I expect people to pay for.
Who's the old Jew? Hold on. Who's the old Jew?
That's what I was
asking you
just
for the
wondering.
seed?
Okay, I was just, man,
Who's the
how
old
long
Jew that's
far
asking
away
you?
is this?
Yeah. Hey, can I get
That's what I
some
mean.
seeds?
There's already
Okay,
people.
Can I get
I'm
some
not
seeds?
supplying the demand that already exists. I'm slacking. But that's the point I'm trying to make is people might
Right
not
on,
be
Robert.
patient. They might not be patient enough for me to make a BX2. And that's really what I would feel comfortable with releasing to people. I would want everyone to have a BX2 of all the phenotypes that I hunt out and find. Like I got that subsonic sherb, grow those subsonic sherbs out, my favorite phenotype. I'll outcross and backcross twice. That's when I'd feel, you know, with, hey, now you get to try Red Pill's pheno of subsonic sherb.
Red
Same
Pill.
thing with every other strain.
Have you been doing an edible a day?
I've been smoking 2 grams of
You
BHO
have to
for
do.
about 7 years straight.
You're gonna have to do a potent edible a day if you're gonna want
My
to live
mind is
long
fried.
enough to do
I
all
do
of
way
that.
more BHO than I there's people with, you know, I rival people with really legitimate shit wrong with them and they're like on death's doorstep. That's about the kind of weed tolerance I got.
There you go.
Yeah.
The
But
red pill, I
you
I
still got
love
to
how
eat some, dude. It's different.
I love how you skidded that as an old man when you said, "Okay."
Oh, you do. I love the voices you make, Red Pill. That's fucking
It's
awesome.
perfect, man.
First, you made like a little Jewish guy that's first, hey, can I get some seeds? Like, can I get some seeds? It was awesome. Fucking
Uh, love it, love it.
love it. Love it. Yeah.
So
Beard. If I had a Tao's accent, I could blend in with those neighborhoods.
There you go.
My beard and that accent.
Holy shit.
It-
He's been in a jar for a year.
Seed. Lot of
Make-
seeds.
What
Let's
flavor
see,
you
try.
got? What flavor is
Dude, I'm telling you what, this is that moose and lobster that I crossed with the salmon river, the number 5 pheno, because I bred all the phenos that I found at his, like 4.5, the way I would look at it. But it smells like, even this has a chocolate smell now. At this age, these buds do. I still got buds of it with seeds in it.
right?
And I already had this much more, so I probably have like 10,000 seeds. Easy, 2 jars. But this has that chocolate and that pine. I've only tasted one of them, And I took it further just to check and see what it would do if it stressed out and hermit anything. But I took it to 70 days and it lost some of the flavor that I was looking for. But it's in the jar now and it tastes like it's rock hard. It turns into these rock hard OG nugs that smell like chocolate. Put you on your ass, man. That's just one pheno. I haven't got to search it, so I'm going to search that because I was thinking about doing a back cross, and that's the back cross I wanted. So when Eagle said that, I said, maybe there's one that's got more pine than the other one's got pine. Who knows? I don't know. So, you guys, I'm going to start cleaning some seeds. When are you going to give some seeds away, Eagle? When are you going to start doing some more giveaways?
Here soon. Here soon. I got a lot of shit to give away too.
I gotta get to the post
Other
office
things.
next week.
Let's do one right before
Only
the
fish
20.
to fry it first. Huh?
So let's do one right before the 20. No time like the present.
That is true. It's the only time actually, because
Put him on the spot, Smiley.
So today might be the only
Did you
chance.
see that look? That was a good look, Eagle. What the hell are you trying to pull here? Oh, that was good. That was good. He's not ready for that right now. Oh, that was beautiful. I love that. I'm all loaded up for the 20, ready for it.
Cans.
So
I'm
Has-
getting a dab together here. I'm gonna do the 420.
All right, last one, okay?
I got my phone sitting on top of the parchment. I'm not gonna crinkle your guys' ears to death.
So has anybody heard what's going on at the southern border lately?
I was just talking to the,
They're fortifying up with the National Guard.
Of course.
the Mexicans are
No,
to help
We
escort
are.
people over.
no, actually, at the Texas border.
Well, that's good.
And,
I'm like 15 minutes away from Mexico, bro. Thanks for telling me that. I'm like right down the road from Mexico.
Well, there's a group that's coming up
All right,
that
one
says
more.
we're coming across, and we'll come across whether you like it or not.
That's
And
awesome.
if you stop us, we're gonna fight. They said,
Really?
yeah.
And
Yeah,
where are they
Yeah,
coming
yeah.
from?
There's a bunch of Haitians, a bunch of different races from all over.
That's it.
They're
They're
just-
taking over.
They're
Red
grouping
Dawn.
up, and so Governor Abbott said, "Well, fuck that shit. I'm putting the National Guard on there."
There you go. State of emergency, bitches.
So we've got Humvees that are posted, like probably 20 yards apart, maybe.
There you go.
Do they have white boxes on top of them where the gun turrets would be?
I don't know why. What are those?
Do technology. It's a direct energy weapon.
Yeah,
Oh.
too.
They shoot you with microwave. They fuck you up from the inside
Oh,
out.
I've heard of that shit. Yeah,
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I've heard of that. I did not look at that. I'll go back and take another look a little later. But
They post
yeah,
in front of your house.
it's going to go down here pretty quick on the border.
They got laser technology now. You know, you shoot the little laser dot where you want the dude to hit, and it shoots you from a laser in the sky.
Yeah.
They can
Yeah.
start fires. They can melt metal. They could catch wood on fire. Whatever.
That's how they. That's really how they got Jeffrey Epstein through the jail cell. All you need is a 1-inch spot to go through through the bars.
They didn't have to do that. They don't do that. Hell,
Nah,
which-
They just sent
Yeah, but-
everybody
let's
on a
not get
break.
down that rabbit hole, but let's go look at the history of what people do to cover up things, and you can start putting your own puzzles together.
Whatever happened to
How
Giselle?
Epstein killed himself.
Whatever happened
What's
to
that?
Giselle?
Go watch The Escape of Grey Wolf. And I
Whatever
like
happened to Giselle Maxwell? She's partying it with Kamala Harris now. You guys see that?
No, I didn't see that. That's pretty awesome,
No,
though,
I'm
right?
just starting. I'm just starting a cool rumor. They were doing
Okay.
coke in the
that.
bathroom at the club I was at.
I heard
Oh
that. I heard
man.
that from some guy I know. Fuck.
That would be a cool one, right? Giselle Maxwell and Kamala Harris get busted doing blow in the freaking bathroom of a club.
Off of strippers' asses.
And you catch
Well,
him
for
out
my
there
ass.
cackling, rolling
See,
around on their backs on the
made me,
ground.
no, my ass. They
Off of
made me lay
male,
down.
off of male strippers' asses.
There you go.
Wait,
The
What's
not a
up,
city's
male
Tony
stripper?
Rockefeller?
the city suburban model, and then you get all the companies that come in there that do what Eagle was saying earlier, and they dump all their waste on top of what humans do anyway. And you have a problem, and you can find in most of those guys' writings where they say, "We do it as long as we can until we get caught. We got to make as much money as we can." And then nobody ever pays the price because they get out of it. However, that's as far as I'm going with that conversation tonight.
That's true.
You can look at all of them right now. It's being shown to all society. If you don't see it, it's all about the corporations, and there was just a huge transfer of wealth to a few people that supposed to make it convenient for you. Well, easy's not always better. I'll leave it at that.
Man, what did I walk into?
Shit. What's up?
Dab time. It's 420.
Hope you got
Yes,
the
I
right
made-
shoes. Cheers.
That's what you walked into. Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers.
Yeah. Can I dab with red pill?
I have to agree with Mr. Stoll. Dabbing is a young man's game. I only pray.
I gotta agree with you too,
I
dude.
only pray that I get to
At
dab
least for
this
my age,
fucking
there's an ugly stigma around like dabbing with the torches and shit. That's a lot for the longest time. That's why I didn't even like to want to even dab. I didn't want to fucking torch and all that good shit. Keep
The
it.
torch is literally the
bad
last thing I think of.
Red pill is the bad pill.
The thing I think of when it comes to dabbing is the longevity and how long I have to do it. If it is really bad for you and it's like cigarettes, I ain't gonna be doing this when I'm 60 or 70 or 80. Something's gonna happen before then. So like I was saying, I'm
you're
only
lucky.
praying that I get to do this.
Shit, you guys,
I literally
your lungs when you're
think about
80 are
taking
gonna
breaks.
shatter like fucking glass or be unbustable from fucking dab lining. Just like the inside of your rig. It'll look like in 20 years. It'll just be that
Nah, I
hard
don't believe it. No.
glass lining. Be like
Well,
sugar
even if that's the case, that's why I think not having to have like a large availability to as much medicine that I would like, that kind of hinders that, because ideally, if I could have capsules and tinctures and other forms of it, I would, cut down on how much I dab. Right? I would even probably go on lung, not tolerance breaks, but just lung breaks. Like give my lungs a different type of exercise. Go out and breathe fresh air, or do a hike, get some aerobics and work out. Actually, like cut off the dabs and try to actually exercise my lungs and lean back into it at a slower pace and just kind of get to enjoy it more.
We'll have to
Instead of-
change your name to Shatterpill.
Shatterpill, I like that. It's got a ring to it.
Well, that's why I love the edibles too. I
Yeah.
can smoke a lot less and feel just as high. Sometimes
Hey.
don't smoke anything and feel even more high.
A year old out off the cedar weed, and those trichomes are sticky as can be. Oh. Whoever told me to buy a trim bin, thank you.
Love my trim bin.
Damn.
How's it going, Stony?
Going good, man. Actually, it's going great. I got gifted some nice fucking seeds today.
Nice.
What do you got?
It's called Peach Supernova.
Woohoo.
It's Ethos
Nice.
10th Planet crossed with Peach Pie. This kid that's out here by us, Rizo Rich, he's the breeder of it. And he actually had 3 different phenos of it with him, and we smoked all 3, and the shit is fucking just, it's got a peach grape terp, man.
Yeah.
Nice.
And it is fucking gassy, stinky, and this shit will fucking knock you on your ass too, man. I got really
It's,
fucking high. It was great.
I hope that kind of comes out more in fashion because the number one fruit terpene that I'm chasing down is the peach. That's
Well, I'll tell you right now, dude, this kid's he's got it, man.
yeah.
He's got it because
I just noticed a post with Rizo Rich in it. So it must have been someone to grow out his beans.
yeah, he hangs out with the guy that does the Growcast, Jordan. They're
Okay.
good buddies. They do a like a grow class over here at the local grow store by us.
Oh, was that? Yeah, that's what I saw it. I think. Yep. Dude, they did a
Yeah.
cloning thing today.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. That was it. Exactly.
Yeah, it's pretty nice, you know. Actually, I always learn a little something no matter what, you know. And it's kind of cool because there's a lot of first-time growers that don't know, and it was really nice because they actually had plants there and they were cutting them and actually gave the people the clones. So people
that's
were
cool.
walking out of there with Mandarin Sunset or Gorilla Glue #4, and the Gorilla Glue,
Nice.
it was stinky as fuck. In veg, it was crazy.
That's got to be nice. You can learn something new every day. I'm done.
Yeah, it's $5
I
for
know
the class
everything.
too. So they just
It's gotta
finished
be
the whole
great.
series, start to finish, and then there's a lot of older people in there, you know, that were growing first time, and there were some younger kids in there too. Kind of nice, you know.
I feel bad for those old fogies, right, Stony?
Yeah, I
Right.
know. I'm right there too on their heels.
Come on, stop picking on me, guys.
I'll tell you though, it's pretty nice though. Those guys are really nice guys, man.
Cool.
So what's going on? I heard, are we talking politics, borders?
We were talking border, yeah.
Yeah, I'm shutting up on that.
Johnny
I
was
don't watch
talking about
TV,
it.
so I have absolutely. I'm ignorant to what's going on in the world. I'm waiting for bombs to start dropping, and then I'll know what's up. But
Then you'll saddle up.
I mean, I know that's what we're gonna get. We're gonna end up in
We're
that
getting
position
there.
one day. I mean, the way it's going. So I
I
find no
really
use
wish you
in.
hadn't said that.
So
Anybody
did you
else
hear-
that you could say.
So did you hear the latest that Chetter Bob was the one that sent COVID to China? That is the latest political.
I knew
Yes.
it. I knew there was
Johnny,
something
I
with that
love you.
Cheddar Bob guy.
So I mean, because
Started
he
the
is
shit.
a lobster fisherman,
Mild,
you know, or a
mild
lobsterman,
mannered,
you know.
mild mannered Cheddar Bob.
I know he
Notorious
just
terrorist.
right.
That's why
The
I'm
superhero.
Bioterrorist.
Bioterrorist.
Is he?
I'm on
Is he?
Cheddar Bob's side. I don't believe that Chinese propaganda.
Look at Eagles like,
It
damn, we're
fits-
gonna get this show taken down for sure now.
It fits perfectly. No, I was gonna say it fits perfectly with the superhero thing.
That's
Right.
what
It
I'm
all
saying.
makes sense now.
It's
Yeah.
It
all
all
a
makes sense
charade.
now.
Super Cheddar Bob, you know, throwing
Super
them
Bio
lobsters.
Bob.
Yeah,
Dude,
throwing
I
them
saw some-
lobsters.
Yeah.
I saw
He's
some
just
crazy
one.
thing.
Is Bob
ahead,
here to
Ryan.
at least defend himself, man?
Eagle,
No.
he tried twice to infect you and it didn't work.
Yeah, he did. He sent that fucking lobster bomb straight to your house.
Oh, those
That's
poor
awesome.
people at the post office.
Yo, I watched some crazy video where they were translating what the guy was saying. So like that's why I think it wasn't true. But the guy was saying he has the cure for the vaccines.
The cure for
Like-
the vaccine.
They had the cure for the vaccines, is what they said.
Oh,
Yeah, now we
real,
got,
man.
we're the
All
only
the
ones
cures.
with the cure for the vaccines.
I got a
So now we
vaccine
need a
for the
cure for the
vaccine.
vaccine, which is supposed to cure the other shit, right?
Right.
Which
That's
it's
what they
not
claim.
given people are getting sick from it anyways.
Dude,
Well,
yeah.
you know,
Actually,
that's
our,
pharmaceuticals for you right there.
I just
you know, they
stayed
give you
away.
something to make you take another.
Call
Hey,
it
our
timeout.
base our bass player Bobby Bronco was forced into taking this shot for his day job, you know.
Oh man.
And he took it. He didn't want to. He's freaking out. I'm like, man, if you're gonna freak out like that, then fuck it. Quit the job, dude.
Yeah.
Live in the cardboard box. You'll be happier. Not knowing
Yeah.
that, knowing that you don't have the death juice in you. Well, he took it anyways. He is fine for like a week and a half now. He's deathly sick. He's shitting out of it, pissing out of his ass. I mean, whether he's got the flu or COVID, who knows?
He's
I mean,
shitting
it's
out
like,
of his dick. He's pissing out of his ass.
yeah, exactly. Shitting out of his
Oh,
dick.
shit. That's bad.
Shitting out of his mouth.
That's a lot of tequila.
Hey, you want
Fucking Bobby, man. Fucking Robert.
you want to smoke something that's good for your health? Have a cigarette.
Yeah, back in the day, they
There's
used
more
to
than
say,
one reason to tell somebody not to do something. I'm not talking a nasty cigarette. I'm talking about some tobacco wrapped around that weed. It's clean tobacco. There's benefits to tobacco. There's more than one reason to tell somebody not to do something. Right.
No shit.
You live in a society where there's good plants out there, but they're abused, right? So we know that somebody could grow a marijuana plant, do it really wrong, and never flush all the smoke out. I've smoked them. It's like, what the hell is that shit? What did you just give me? I can't smoke that. Well, it's the same thing with tobacco. So I had a guy who taught me was he was with the Oxford part of the time. I guess he got lost at sea. I don't know. Last time somebody heard from me, he was lost at sea. But he was an engineer. But he taught me a lot of that natural stuff. And he's like, now with all this toxins going into the ocean, you want to make sure there's certain stuff that you're not getting in your food, like iodine. He said, you take the iodine this way if you're not getting it. So a lot of food don't have iodine. So you might want to make sure you're having iodine. Same thing with cannabis. Same thing with tobacco. Same thing with the vegetable. There's something coming out of that that's giving you something you need that came from the soil and minerals and not salt. So my 2 cents on that.
Iodine's not naturally in salt. They put iodine in salt because at one point they thought the whole nation was iodine deficient. That's why it's all salt.
Yeah, I guess maybe that's true because I started eating more yogurt at that time because plain yogurt has higher content, and cod, certain stuff like that will have a spinach has a higher iodine content in it. So certain foods. But if you're getting them and they're stripped of all them, and you were talking about it earlier, GMO. Does the GMO have the same? I don't know, but I'd rather have the one that's organic. That's me. One medicine to feed another medicine. We need more food to feed the masses, so we do it this way fast, and then we got to give them this to. It's a cycle everybody's finally waking up to. Finally, that some of it's not good.
I say send more lobsters.
There
That's
you
what I
go.
say.
That's
Or
the
eat
cure.
less bottom feeders and less pigs. Eat less pig.
So I wonder if Chetter Bob even got the note, the memo that, it came from his region.
Why he's not here?
It's region.
It's why he's not here. They snatched him up. They're searching his
They
house.
must have
looking
picked
in
him
his
up.
hole.
Yeah.
Chinese bottom.
They shook his
Chetter
ass
Bob's
right.
got all four spread out right now. He's getting frisked by some big dude.
Yeah,
Some
they drug him.
Hey,
unruly
right.
hands.
Pro,
Knuckle deep.
pro.
Knuckle deep right now.
Matter of fact, he got the
Bob,
cop
we're
with
just
6
kidding.
fingers.
Mr. Fister.
Ironically, Chetter Bob is being frisked by a guy known as Chetter Bob.
And that dude's got 12 fingers. Oh, man. Poor Cheddar Bob, man. His ears got to be ringing right now.
I'm telling you. He should be popping on any minute. That's what I'm thinking.
Feisty.
Yes. Yes. It It's tough being a super, right?
He's good. Right there.
Fuck is that?
Was that the Hulk hand?
Well,
No, that's the
No.
hand of Thalin or Thalin's hand.
Thanos.
Yeah.
Thanos. Thanos. Yeah.
Oh, I'd say I don't know these people.
The pretty rocks in it.
Yeah, it's got the pretty little rocks in the knuckles and shit like that. Different dimensional rocks.
Crystals.
Crystals. Yeah, crystals.
Rocks. That's like calling soil dirt, right? Crystals.
One
Actually
more
seen
for you.
it
Here you
last
go. This is unhealthy, but if you get it right out of the cow, it's healthy.
There you go.
When you get it from a healthy
thing the other
cow.
day.
No, you get it from a cow where it's never been pasteurized. You drink it raw.
You suck it right out of that teat.
Yeah,
There is no tuberculosis in cows now. They started pasteurizing.
You don't.
Read
You don't
the
lose-
book called "The Milk of Human Kindness." You'll find out that's when cancer started becoming prevalent.
You know what I found?
We don't have any cows here, Tahoe. We only got bulls.
Well, you're not getting no milk from no bull, and if you're pulling that, you got some issues.
Oh my god.
What movie was that?
That's Tom Green, wasn't it?
Oh my god, that is
I've been called Tom.
hilarious.
Hey, that's
That was
funny
Woody
because
Harrelson.
I sat down and get my hair cut one day, and somebody looked at me like, he was like, "You're Tom Green." I was like, "No, I'm not Tom Green." Get out of here.
Funny
Hilarious.
shit right there.
Well,
He lives right down the hill.
That's in Chetter Gate.
Chetter Gate. Yeah. Oh boy, do we got some rumors to spread.
I know it. He's gonna be all pumped up, fucking re-listening in the morning. He's gonna be all like, "Yeah, what?
Oh
He's
man.
gonna be laughing.
What?"
Hey, Eagle, make sure you put Cheddar Bob in the title too.
Chetter Gate. It's the Chetter Gate.
Chetter Gate.
The Cheddar Gate. Yeah.
Chetter Gate. Hey,
Gate.
and then put a lobster, the little lobster
Lobster.
emoji next to it.
Got lobster
The main lobster Cheddar Gate.
And then the virus. emoji.
Live coverage
Yeah,
of
and then
Cheddar
the
Gate
virus.
day one.
Oh, that's good. Live coverage of Cheddar Gate one.
Hey,
Oh, that's
Oh,
perfect,
no.
Eagle.
you guys know that ancient hieroglyphs were just emojis, right? You guys figured that
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
it.
No, they're not.
The ancient ones are.
No, they're not.
Yo, so I saw this meme. I don't know if it is true, but they said that rat's milk is the most expensive milk that is sold.
Actually, it's a badger milk,
Yeah.
followed
I don't
by
know, man.
Cambodian breast milk.
Because you know they
No,
do
duck milk.
experiments more.
Duck milk is the hardest to get.
Now,
That's a little food. You gotta milk. You know?
did you guys drink human breast milk as an adult?
I was actually as an adult.
No.
Mhm.
None of yous?
I've tried
Oh,
it.
purpose,
All
anyway.
right.
Oh,
There you
did
go,
I try
Smiley.
it? Yeah, I tried it once. It was
Oh
freaky.
yeah,
I
I was like,
gotta
oh,
admit,
yeah.
I tried it.
yeah.
I gotta
Yeah.
admit.
You have to, man. Come on.
Have to.
What?
It's
Right?
there. It's on
Breast
tap.
milk? Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
It's like that
Yeah.
shitty pukey
Just did what I
turbo guy. I
normally
just can't
do.
stop smelling my fingers. I hate it, but I keep smelling that shit.
Oh,
It's
man.
Do what I
horrible.
normally
Listen
do,
up.
and I got a mouthful.
You guys are making me jealous.
I mean, I didn't take a big gulp or nothing. It was like a shot, but I took a little.
I'll let you know. How about that?
I prefer the formula much better.
You prefer
I
the
can mix a
formula
little
much better.
chocolate powder in there, you know, make it a little more interesting.
You know that breast milk is medicated though. It's got
Yeah, there's supposed to be some cannabinoids in there.
Mm-hmm.
No wonder.
My kids need a few more of those cannabinoids then.
That's why real breastfed kids will do better.
My yeah, my ex, she tried to do it, but she didn't want to do the pumping thing, you know, and she already had big jugs to begin with, so they were like, she was like triple D, and then they just got bigger, and then she was trying to pump, and I mean, for her, she basically had to have that machine on her the entire time, and I don't even know why she let that lady talk her into doing it, because she wasn't going to do it at first, and then
Well,
the baby
if
was
you don't have
starving for
what,
3
if
days.
you don't do it, what happens? You just
All right,
keep
so if you
filling
don't
up.
pump, so what happens is the baby gets what's called just the foremilk, so it's got little nutrition. It's mostly water. So you need the fatty stuff. That's what fills them up, and then feeds the body, because that body's growing fast. And
Right. No, but what
so
happens
if
with
it-
your wife's tits when she ain't giving no milk out?
well, I
well,
mean,
that
that's it.
it
They
could be
just stay the way
painful.
they are for a while, and then they just eventually deflate a bit.
Ah, okay. But if you keep
So I
pumping them,
had
they
to
just
leave
keep
at that
filling.
point. I'm like, okay, it's over. I got to go.
Yeah, you gotta have a
That's how
baby.
as
Hey,
long
Lee-
as they keep pumping them, I've heard they can, like, women can keep producing, right? Like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
like fucking
dude.
5 and shit.
There was
Yeah,
like some
you
chick
can.
on the breastfeed an 8-year-old kid.
Yeah, dude, that's
Like,
fucking
what
weird,
the hell,
man.
man?
We had-
Yeah,
Free
I
dude.
had
It's
a
like,
neighbor.
mommy, come here, I'm hungry.
good.
Give me that
I'm
tit.
hey man, I had a neighbor whose wife was doing that. The kid was 7. They moved when he turned 8, and she was still feeding him. It was
Oh, shit.
weird, and she had to sleep in the same bed with him.
No, well, that's
So I'm
the
looking
fucking
at
weird
the
part.
husband,
much,
and he's
man.
like,
Too much, man. Let the kid grow up. Just let the kid grow up.
I'm like, he's shot, man. This kid, he needs to break away from that quick. Otherwise, he's gonna be doomed.
It might be too late already.
Yeah, it might be.
Yeah,
The damage
7 or
might
8,
be
yeah.
completely
Yeah.
done.
Do
Is
they
there a
own
man in the bed
hotel
too?
by
Is
chance,
there
Tony?
a husband in the bed?
What's
Is there
that?
a husband-
Do they
is
own
there
a
husband
hotel
in
by
the bed?
chance?
No, they're
Did
renters
he have-
actually. They
Did
might
he
be
have buck
living in a
teeth?
hotel. I don't know, but
Did he
You
have
know,
buck teeth?
some of the most respectful kids you'll find in the world are Japanese,
oh
certain
yeah,
culture, and they typically would breastfeed, and you don't let a child walk around independently for a while, even after they can walk. You carry them to teach them and get them over some humps where they get hurt early. So I think they got them like 5 years old, and I thought it was weird the first time I heard it. And then once I thought
Yeah.
about it, I was like, oh shit, there's some people out there, they run out of food. I guess that's the only way the baby gets a decent meal. But
Why are there so many Japanese
Dude,
engineers
don't do it.
and
How-
technological
they-
geniuses?
Bro, at 5 years old, the kid has to be eating more than just some tip milk.
Yeah, because everybody's latching onto that at that time.
Colostrum, when a baby's if say your animals, if your cow or your goat, whatever's born, dropped on the ground, and that it doesn't get cleaned up and get right up and start drinking and get a certain amount of colostrum in the first 24 hours of life, it don't matter what you do, how much milk you give it after that it tries to eat, it's in the ground. So it's same with a
Right.
baby, and you don't want a baby coming out and going, hey, let me give you chemical. You want colostrum.
Yeah, but
in the
dude,
body that's produced.
You didn't
all
answer
this
my
all-
question. A 5-year-old can't live on breast milk alone. He must be eating some bologna and cheese sandwiches or something.
I don't know.
Right.
I've never tried.
They're
it,
eating
so I
fucking
don't know.
McDonald's Happy Meals at the same time. Come on.
Every kid should
Right.
eat peanut butter.
Titty and fries. Titty and
Washing it
fries.
down. Yeah.
Well, I would.
I
I
like
would
my
not-
fries with the milkshake.
Milkshake, exactly.
I wouldn't want to be the American man and try to convince a woman to try to do that not on her own. You go ahead.
Dude,
Good luck.
what if you have like 3? My mother had 3 kids in 3 years. And if she was going to breastfeed for 5 years, that would be 3 kids sucking on them things.
Man,
I
For
just
Grandma
want to
had
see that
20.
5-year-old look up and go, "Mama, I know I like my milk shaken, not stirred."
Third.
Well, see, I don't.
At that time, you
can't
get
do
that
that.
kid a tux.
Well, wait a second. Now, here's my question. Now, that poses a question. You can't do that in an animal because you got to dry an animal up. Every animal has to be dried up and have allowed to recover, or she doesn't have the nutrition to build the baby. So there's a drying off period. So cows don't get milk all the time. they get milked through their max period. They're dried off bred, allowed to live on their own. And then once they've gotten so far in their pregnancy, they're on the field, they're doing normal cow, doing everything, not milking. So how can you do that in a human? I never thought about that. So somebody's got a 5-year-old kid, that they must not have any younger kids. Unless it's
Well, I don't think it's an
Uh,
all day, every day. I don't think it's an all day thing. I think it's like a once or twice a day the kid gets it because it's got all the vitamin. It's got everything you need in it, basically.
Right.
Better than any vitamin you're gonna take. Or
I'm
protein
still
powder.
picturing 3 kids fighting over the titties.
Oh, dude, it's
You know?
really freaky, man. You know, when the
Like a
kid's
litter
like
of
7 years
puppies.
old, going, "Come on,
Yeah.
mom." He's
Well,
like grabbing on.
This is the land of
maybe
milk and honey. This is what they were talking
their
about.
eyes are closed and they're just going after it. You know what I'm saying?
maybe the 2 and 3 year. Wait a second now. The 2 and 3-year-old extra kid, and when she had to dry, and he can still do that. And she had well endowed, like you said, your wife did. She had extra milk she'd want to get rid of because that makes you feel like you're bloated and you have too much.
Just get the neighbor kids lined up outside the door.
Well, there you go. That happens a lot. That happens today.
Dude, there might be
I gotta
a
check
couple
out
kittens.
time for me.
Surrogate mothers, right?
Fo-fo-de-fo.
Smiley, thank you.
Peace out,
brother.
Smiley.
Appreciate it.
That's awesome, Smiley.
Right on cue, 4:44.
It
The
was.
alarm went off.
That's when my lights go off.
And in the middle of breastfeeding.
Appreciate you, Smiley.
Yeah, it's always fun hanging out with all you guys. Appreciate all you guys. Chat.
Yeah, good. That was a good takeover, Smiley.
Thanks, man.
Yes. Yes, it
Yeah,
was.
really interesting.
Brian makes it easy. He's smart.
Next one is next week, right? Wednesday?
No, it's like the 17th. I was trying to think because it is early because it's Thanksgiving. So
Oh, okay.
I did nab one of your guests, so Smiley.
you what?
He stole one of your guests.
You stole one of my guests?
He sure did, man.
Oh
I gotta
man.
find
Yo, speaking of stealing, can you guys believe Alec Baldwin is a murderer?
Yeah, I heard about that one. That's cool. That's
Oh,
crazy.
Peace out,
God.
Smiley.
You shot Smiley right out the gun on that one. Oh yeah, it's a cold gun. Go ahead and shoot that
There's
lady.
been so many curveballs tonight.
How about a straight fastball? And this one's for Stoney. And it goes to what you said earlier. And you've read the scripture, so I'm just going to put it in one sentence. Anytime you see an abomination coming for a city that looks like desolation, move to the fucking country.
I'm already there, baby.
Oh, okay.
I'm in the country.
All right.
I mean,
you
actually,
said
the
something that
country's
I
starting to fill up, though, man. I'm telling you, the I was just today driving over to that fucking to the grocery store, man. It was the traffic in the last 2 years. Like last year, obviously, it was way different because of COVID, so there's nobody around. But I'm talking like 2 years ago, it was like COVID. There was nobody around, man. And now it's like all the houses that were for sale out here, they're all gone. They're all bought. And it's been happening over the last couple of years. People have been moving out this way. And now I'm like thinking, fuck, I got to go further west, man. Too many
Depends.
people already.
Well, I mean, it's just a fact. It's easier to survive in the country if you have less supply of food. It's just a fact.
It's even last year through COVID. I mean, frankly, all I had to do is go about 40 miles east where my kids are. It's very populated because you're only about 30 miles from Chicago. And, everybody's masked up and all that shit. And out here, it was like business as usual, man. There was nobody walking around with masks on. I could go in any store, and then it was like the big box stores, like the Menards or the Home Depots, because I was going there a lot then. And then they were like, oh, you got to have a mask. Oh, you can't have a kid in here under 16. I'm like, what the? Yeah. And then it was like, okay.
Why do they call it Menards? Isn't it Maynard's?
Oh,
Maynard's,
Menards,
whatever, Menards, yeah.
No, it's
From the
Menards.
north, man.
Menards.
It's
When you get
Menards.
down past, when you get into
Johnny.
Kentucky there, then it becomes Maynard's.
I had to go there, man. I had to
Johnny,
go there.
I only wish that you had the liberty and the fucking pleasure of walking into a Menards.
Really?
Some Menards
It's-
brand loyal. Fuck Home Depot. Fuck Lowe's. Shop at Menards.
It
I thought it was a
Menards is-
supermarket.
You
For
can
me-
actually fucking buy a house or fucking all the materials for a house and actually like furnish it and put food in the shelves
Yeah.
at a fucking Menards store.
No shit.
Seriously. You can grocery
Well, dude,
shop and
that's-
everything. You can lumber package and food to put in the shelves.
Well, back in the 50s, man, when you bought a house, I mean, or in the 40s and shit, you went right to the Sears and Roebuck's catalog and bought your house,
Right.
man. They
That's
sent it out.
crazy.
Money.
Yeah,
And it's
there
like
was good
Menards
value.
does the same thing.
Menards.
It's
Those
yeah,
houses
it's
are
pretty
still
cool.
standing. They were good packages, man.
that was our web, where we got on, and
That's they messed everything up.
The
Let's
Sears
through the
catalogs,
pages.
man.
that was
Yeah.
our web. Yeah.
Yep.
The suburban nightmare they created by bringing everybody into the cities.
Oh, completely. Yeah, and I live right in the middle of Sin City, so
You do in the middle?
well,
You're
pretty
Henderson,
much.
right?
I'm only just a few minutes outside. So anything that happens there is going to happen to me.
Oh shit. You gotta get out.
No,
Yeah.
I wouldn't. Hey, John, don't worry about it. It's them fuckers on the East Coast got a problem. No, I'm fucking serious.
Hey,
I'm
hey,
just
Chetter
fucking
Bob,
serious.
man. You
People
heard
would
about
say
Chetter Bob.
I'm close to LA, but guess what? I'm in the desert and I'm a redneck. I'll go to the fucking mountains. I gotta run.
Johnny, you could always come here if you need. I mean, it's out
Yeah,
in the
there's-
middle of the day.
There's not too many places to run out here.
If they
You
nuke
can
New
shoot-
York, I'm dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Yeah. New York, forget it.
I'm done.
That's why I don't like being even near Chicago, man. I'm like, fuck.
Have you boys seen the way the La Palma volcano has been it's just flowing like a spigot. Like
Good.
somebody
It's-
turned that thing on.
Letting some pressure off,
Yeah.
Pop that zit off, get some pressure off the inside.
Yeah,
That's
don't
what
they
it's
know? Doesn't it know it's not it's climate change thing? It has to stop doing that. Stop putting up those greenhouse gases.
Yeah,
Well,
right.
Yeah, but
Well,
then those
yeah.
clouds make it colder too because they cut off the sun from hitting the earth.
That's it. We're
So,
gonna have
Right.
then it gets cold right away, and then
CO2 is good for our plants.
we're gonna have an
Yes,
ice.
it
We're
is.
gonna have an ice age.
you guys
I hope not.
gonna have a good
I
Yes,
outdoor.
don't believe in any of that global warming bullshit. I don't even believe in it.
But I'm not even thinking about the bomb. I'm just thinking about the electricity goes off and whatever supply chain problem there is, it gets
Dude.
turned up and there's no supply chain. So
We're
if
at
you're in the
records
country-
already.
What's
In
that?
We're at record of fucking what are the cargo ships off the coast on both sides.
Oh, yeah.
Records. Every time there's a new ship shows up, it's a new record.
I seen a picture of a port in, I don't know if it was San Francisco or LA. I'm not exactly sure which port it
It
was.
looked like a Lego. Yeah, there's so many
I love
cargo.
And there was
Yeah.
all the outbound areas where the trucks would be lined up and they'd be loading them up and slipping them out. Not one truck there. And
That
this port,
stacks and stacks of containers. I saw.
And this-
someone
Yeah.
did a
Why is
YouTube
this
video.
shit sitting there, man? What's going on? I
This-
don't understand.
this
Where's
port
Vegas?
is okay.
Vegas.
This port is run by China.
How big is it? Oh, it's
It's
just
run by China. So they're
Listen.
doing.
On our
that's not
land.
one thing. As far as I know, and I don't have the proof, it's only what I heard back in I don't know, 10 years ago. They own the refinery down there.
Yes, they
It's not
do.
just- Okay, so you gotta if they're doing an economic war and the US is doing this, I don't know what they're doing. You
I
don't
think-
watch the news. I don't watch all of it. I see
They're
some
buying
of it,
all
but
our
it
coal plants.
looks to me
China
like
owns China.
We
China
sold
owns
it.
everything.
It all
Walmart
stems
is
back to what I
endorsing that.
said the other night about the gold. We allowed them, or we are selling that shit to them purposely because we're sitting on not fucking that gold. Well, we're supposedly sitting on that gold
Gold?
they want, and we told them, we seriously told them in Russia when they asked for their gold that we're sitting on 2050, hit us back in 2050, and we'll have all your shit. Until then, we'll give you fucking influence in our market, our tariffs. They've sold out a lot of our shit, all because we haven't turned over that gold.
No
It was
shit.
like, look, it was a 2006, 5, and I didn't live there, but I was hauling campers. Indiana freaking they leased the whole freaking dude. It was like someplace in Dubai or something. They leased the whole for 100-year or a lease for like only $1 billion for the turnpike for the Ohio, Indiana, 80 turnpike. It was they stopped taking care of the road. That's the example you get. Thing's not even run by the states anymore.
You know, I think they got a bunch of other fancy, cool shit up supposedly in Fort Knox. I think they got some like Russian czar or king. What do they call it that they put on top of their head? Crown?
Turban.
Yeah. No, crown. It's got like
Crown.
fucking all these gemstones and all that cool shit. And for whatever reason, supposedly it's in Fort Knox.
They're all still old, hooked to the old stuff. I mean, if you look the czars from Russia and the Kaisers from Germany that went down in World War I and World War II, they were from lineages that used to be Caesars. They just kept running and taking their stuff here and taking it there and taking their thought pattern here and taking the thought pattern there. It's all over the world now, except for China, who has a whole different, stance, and Russia has a whole different stance on those type of thought patterns. You don't get to think anything but the state's who it is. It's the state, So, thankfully, I can say that's the one thing I'm grateful for. I've never had to live in, and I'm feeling more like it now in a place where it's the state. It's the state.
All right, boys, I'm out of here. I'm fading fast. But it's always good seeing
Thank
everyone.
you, Tal.
Rez, Red
Tal.
Pill, Stony,
How good
Green
good seeing
Fingers,
ya.
Johnny
Or talking.
Caniseed.
Love you,
And
Brownie.
Eagle, as always, it's always fucking awesome fucking talking shit with Eagle. And everyone in chat, sorry I wasn't in there much. But yeah. I'll
Thanks
catch
for
up with
stopping
you.
in, Tal.
Always good to see you. All right, peace out.
Yep. Peace
You're
out.
always missed, brother. Have a
I'll
good
try
day.
to be here more often. Yeah.
Hopefully, he's on the cheap home grow tomorrow.
Weekend blew by.
How's the trimming going? Are you trimming or transplanting, Eagle?
I should be doing both. Is what I fucking should be doing.
Well, I thought that's what you were doing.
But instead he's talking to us.
I jumped on right away. He said, as soon as somebody jumps on here, I'm going to get off and do my thing. I guess I should help out.
Well, for me, it takes more than two because I know how bad it could be to sit here and just try to wing it by yourself. And so then once, I don't know, took a little long to get started, I guess. I don't know. A lot of times it's just the conversation's too good. It's hard to get up and walk away from. You know what I mean?
I
Live
agree.
is not typical. Yeah, actually, there's the garden behind me. Let's see if I can switch cameras here. Wow, that shit's fucking all overgrown. See, they're fucking phones, babies, next gen, on deck. Everything needs to go up. Everything here needs to go up. The cups need to go in 1 gallons. 1 gallons need to go in 3 gallons. 3 gallons need to go in tens. Clones needs to go in cups. Cuts need to be taken. Yada yada yada. The rotation
Man.
rolls on. There's
Hey.
2 tents behind me that need to be harvested. 2 4x8s behind me, the LED side that need to be taken down.
Wow.
Yeah, man. I wish I had
Kinda looks
12
like-
foot too.
It's kind of looking like my 110.
Stuff full.
Well, these
I
are
turned
some
mine-
good looking. These are good sized girls behind me. These aren't small plants.
No,
I know.
they're not.
It's a nice forest.
It's a good problem to have.
Yeah. Beautiful girl. Huh? Ready for flower. Pull her down a little bit.
Oh, I feel guilty. Mine all have 18-inch legs now. And I
So
killed
what's
one. First time I
what's
ever
the
killed a
size?
healthy female.
How tall were those, Eagle? Those are like 3-4 feet.
Oh yeah, about 3 feet. I'll stand next to that first one.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Shit.
damn. I'm too gentle. He spins them things ever. I guess once I get to a point, I just like the airflow and the nice perfect shape. And I get like, oh, shit. I'm in trouble.
So when does everybody flip the? How tall do you guys wait? Do you guys do that? Wait a certain height, or do you do what do you guys do?
Train dependent, really.
I have to
Some group-
I have to wait till my shit's done flowering sometimes, or get where I know I'm close to getting stuff out so I could take the stuff that I'm flipping and move that in, so. But then sometimes I can't wait and I got to flip them like these. I had to flip because I know what they're going to do because I'm already growing them now. And I've got 2 of those monster 8-footers and I'm flipping it at 2.5 feet, which now I know what I'm going to end up with 2 more fucking monsters. So,
Dude,
but I'm ready for them now.
I have a room full that are about, how old are they now? I guess they're 100 and they're about 110 days old or something. And they're still short. And I've been trimming them down and finally, because I had stripped them all down because I didn't want to, I thought I was going to put them outside and I dropped all my seeds that I had from breeder and another breeder. And then I was like, shit, I don't have the right lights to do this right. And I don't want to flip them inside yet because the heat. So I didn't. So now it's the time where I can run the lights all the time at night. It's like running an electric heater. That'd be I'm only going to do only 990 watts total, maybe 1,000. Well, the heaters that everybody runs in where I live are those 1,500 watt heaters to keep your place. And I'm like, well, hell, my fans, exhaust, lights are all about 1,400, I'm guessing. So I'm like 1,500. I don't know. I'm like, yeah, I'm like, good to go. Heats the house.
Nice.
So yeah, I didn't want to do that earlier just because I didn't want to fight the heat. That's why for the last 2 or 3 months, I've been looking at the panels with the different panels, the invisible sun, everything just for who's the coolest, because they're all getting up in the efficiency. So I was thinking, because I want to do something in the summer, but next year, if I have to, and I haven't, I'm probably going to replace the roof and put 5 skylights up there instead of 1. So I'll do it that way and then cover them up if I want to in the winter. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, but I like the different.
Yeah.
You get different plans, you guys start, you say, okay, I'm going to clone that one. Then you get it going. You're like, oh man, I got 4 out of the same pack and I really don't need 4 of the same one. And 2 of them smell the same and that one looks better. I'm sorry, you got to go out of here. Or do you make sure you take a cut of that one? Or you just get rid of it? Which one? I have
I find a spot for them little extras there. There's somewhere that there's light hitting the floor
that I knew it.
There's some light somewhere.
I killed that thing.
Hey, you might as well use up every photon you can, right? You're paying for it.
Man, for the longest time, right where these plants sit here, you see the extra light that's being here. I thought about fucking throwing vegetables right here.
Hell yes.
Fucking,
Yeah.
that why waste that bit of light? I actually use that area right there as a staging area. Dude. So like you can see this light behind me. I'll
Yeah.
like fucking use this for the veg, and then when these come on, I'll shut that off usually. If there's something in once they're in the 10 gallons, they kind of
Right.
transition a little bit to that HBS. And then after a couple of days of being in the 10 gallon, then they go right into the 10.
It's amazing what some 4-foot, what are they, 7K, 5K lumen blue lights up high, how far they'll spread, and you'll just be like, I'll have a cob on or 2 cobs on hanging. And I'm like, well, that's nice light in the corner. And you're like, but this doesn't look right. And you just hit 1 4-foot LED light on the ceiling shop light. And that's like, holy shit, the whole room looks, there's leaves that weren't getting touched. I know it's not that intensity from the cob, but the room just looks full now, with that extra. And that's what you have up there is like blue light. You have blue up top, right?
No, this is a combination of well, they're different spectrums really. I'm trying to use that camera, it ain't even hooked up.
Lumens are
It is
huge.
hooked up, but it's not. There's like a 10K, there's a 5K, there's a 3500 in there.
Okay, cool. All kinds of
There's
stuff.
a red. They're actually LED strips. Oh, let me switch this camera
Yeah, man, they're nice.
right there. See if I can flip this up a little bit. Turn it.
Yeah, they're like the
It's
ones
hard to fucking. I don't know if
on
it
the
will
computer.
tune in there. Right there, you can see some of the red, the blue. You can see all the different spectrum right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've actually flowered with them lights, to be honest with you. Now
Yeah.
you're looking at my ceiling. Oh shit. I've actually flowered with those lights before a couple of runs. And they were nice because they were low heat, but they actually provided the LED, what you're looking for in the LED. The only reason I haven't flowered again under them lights is because they were in a 4x4 tent, and it actually blew out the zipper because the fixtures were too tight to the 4x4. I would totally do it, but again, in a 5x5, especially in a scrog run, them fuckers would crush. There was nothing wrong with the buds of a bud size at all with those fixtures, those LEDs like that. I mean, they actually did beautifully.
What
on the
fixtures?
scrog.
What
If it-
fixtures are you running?
They were these right here. They're T5 units that
Yeah.
with replacement bulbs that Active LED sent me the different bulbs they have there so they're T5 replacements,
But they're LED, yeah.
different spectrums. Yeah. And I tell you what, the no heat, you could drop that fucker almost on your flower and still be okay. I mean,
Really? That's interesting.
Zero heat.
That's a 50-watt a double strip that I got in the shop light for $12.95 on sale last year at Walmart. That's one light, 1.4, man. If it wasn't covered up, it just covers up and this whole room up like crazy. It's
I got
amazing
the
light.
yeah, I got the same thing on
Normal
my
T5s.
T5, my 8-bulb 2x2 setup. Everyone calls it the American flag, but it's the Power Veg from Hortilux. It's their 2 different blue spectrums, their 2 different red spectrums, their UV and white LED 5K. There's
Oh,
2
cool.
white LED 5Ks, there's 2 UVs. There's one 670 nanometer, there's one 630 nanometer, there's a 420 nanometer, and a 470 nanometer.
I want another blurple. I want a good blurple. Well, I just
The
want
cool thing about it is literally if you put your hand, like if you look down at it, from the top down, it's white light. If you look up at it, it looks like the American flag. It's red, white, blue, red, white, blue, red, white, blue. But if you put your hand underneath it, like you only go maybe like 4, 5, 6 inches from the top, from your hand being on top of it to underneath it, it's homogeneous white light. It just is so spread and gets so mixed up between the red, 2 different reds, 2 different blues, UV and white light.
There is something to those blurple lights, because I have a friend who started out with them and he still has them, but now he's got the LEDs mixed in there with them.
Yeah.
And since he's done that, I've noticed his flowers are like way, way nicer and they're denser.
Since they had the white or added the blurple.
Yeah, he's got them both in there. He's got he's got like a 10 by 5 or whatever.
Well, soon as you add a blue like this or blue like he's using there, and these work great, man. I've seen the difference. It just makes some slow short like that. So, like for me, I knew this time if it got out of control, and it's going to get out of control anyway, but I took a lot of the branches off the lower. I'm only going to have like 4 or 5 branches in total starting like this. I know I can instead of going dark, I can just turn the cobs off, run cold, and run the LEDs with a couple cobs for the first stretch part, and they won't go anywhere. So that's the other thing you can do. But I've noticed, man, they just made when you get a plant that's a foot tall and you got 15 nodes on it, it was the light when they're all like that, Holy shit, that's cool, man. It's a real good thing to know. That's why I like his ceiling so much, man. It's just like covered. He's utilizing everything. Just set it everywhere. Luckily, Eagle, you have another part of your house you can go to, though. It's not totally bright all the time or dark. I couldn't do that.
I'm in this area way too much. I'm in here way too much.
Where's your glasses? You don't need glasses in there? Shit.
I should be wearing glasses. It's pretty bright in here. If I go actually into the other part of the house, man, it takes my eyes a little second to adjust to the dimness of the house.
Okay, so you have tested a bunch of lights lately. I mean, yeah, a bunch of lights over the last 6 months, definitely. I mean, more than that, but I mean, those ones you were doing. What's the easiest one on your eyes so far out of all you have, even the older ones? But of the newer ones,
Probably the Active Grow Low Pro Max 660, the 660 there. It's probably the easiest on my eyes. But yet I've had amazing yield. I ran that one in a 4x4 tent and pulled 3 units out of it easy. When it was the primal punch and lemon lava drops run that I did the time lapse videos to back when I was posting those videos of the time lapse bullshit.
How those primal punches, bro?
Shit. Oh, they're good. They're heavy yielders.
I got some Jesus juice crossed with primal punch. I don't know who it's from. I think I won the seeds from somebody and then somebody sent them. I forgot. It's got some weird design. I'll have to take another look at the package, but there was like no name on it or anything. It just said Jesus juice crossed with primal punch. That was it. Yeah, so
punch is good. That's what the basis of most of his crosses are now, is the punch.
Right. So I got 2 of them going now, so we'll see. Very interested in seeing how those turn out. I do know the primal punch is nice
right now. Yeah. I forget which ones I actually got over there.
Didn't you have some of that in Luzerne?
No, not
no,
primal.
That wasn't you.
No.
Well, I know the Dank Man Dan. He had that.
Rosin.
Yeah. Oh my God. Did you have any of that? Holy shit! Was that good, man?
Good shit.
Man, I was like eating or smoking a lifesaver. But yeah, somebody had, I don't know who it was. Somebody had some primal punch, man. It tasted really good, man. It's really nice.
I actually just dropped. I had some primal punch films. I know for sure. I've dropped back there just to bring the primal back into the garden. My favorite out of the two, though, to be honest with you, I've had the primal one. I've tested both of them. All every strain meds I've produced, I've had and tested. But I like version 2 the best. The second release of the primal, where the banana terps were real prevalent. That's the one I like the best, man. I had a super banana pheno of that primal punch, and it was straight Chiquita banana in the bag, and it all the way through. But I mean, even that roach, I mean, where it would like burn in your fingers, it was still like baby food banana.
That's
I mean,
awesome.
you were burning your fucking fingers to finish that shit.
I love that. I love when it comes out that good like that, where it just smokes all the way through. That OKC that I had did that. It was like it just tasted good all the way through, no matter what. But yeah, I'm definitely down to see how these grow out, man. I'm very interested to see what happens.
Tell you what, those clones that I put in that terrarium are looking pretty good. I actually tried to I had a tall terrarium, so I took some cuts of the board 13 and threw them in there. 2 days ago, they're still pretty looking green.
Are they liking the environment that you got them in?
So far, so good.
Nice.
Want to take a look?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see.
What it looks like, because I remember showing off that container.
You still got the jelly bean in your garden, Eagle?
I do. I do. It actually is under the label of fuck. Fuck the jelly beans still here. I like it, but man, it's a heavy yielder, and man, I fucking threw down a bunch of it. I went heavy-handed, like when we were just talking. Well, when you got 9 and you don't really need 9, but you need 2, what do you do with the rest? Well, you stash them motherfuckers in all the holes, and you end up with fucking orange out the fucking nose for a minute. So, well, some people are really good with orange. Me, myself, I can handle it for a bit.
Yeah.
Good daytime smoke.
Mine did not turn out to be orange.
No, you didn't get like a burnt orange out of it?
Nope, I didn't get an orange out of it. I'm not sure what it is, but it surely is an orange. It's more of a kind of like a candy lime, kind of almost, seems like.
Have any of you ever had like the orange cream or even like an orange soda, like effervescence? In Colorado, they actually had a cup winner. It was orange soda. And it literally was like the fizziness of an orange soda. You pour out orange soda in a cup.
Yeah.
Bubbles. That's what the terpenes were like on that.
Wow. That sounds really interesting.
Look, I put seeds in there too. And them fuckers have already sprouted. That's that remember the other night we all picked the seeds? Remember? We did the poll on which ones to drop. And that's that Maui soda pop right there with the root beer times the Maui soda there. Them fuckers already popped. It hasn't even been like a day or two.
Dude, they look like they enjoy that.
So we got air pumping in there?
No, it's just a terrarium. It's all sealed off.
Fuck
that's old school there.
Yeah.
That's a shit the teacher used to do in the class.
Right. Something out with good greens like that.
Right.
I bet you them phones throw some roots in the next few days.
Do you know how many seeds I've dropped in the teachers' little plants they have? Back in the day, our teachers always had some couple little plants, and they're thinking, man, we go in there and dropping seeds. Nothing ever really grew, I don't think. And if it did, they probably plucked it right away. Oh, it was a little.
My mom had a 5-gallon glass terrarium sitting in the hallway. in the kitchen. We used to drop seeds in it. Anything would grow. Anything will grow in those things. They may not get that big though.
Right.
It's just
Walking by in your next class. Hey, look, there it is. It's growing.
That's funny. Yep. Walking through the greenhouse in the ag department, just thinking, where can I pop a seed? Nobody will find it.
Yeah, we did that. We had like a pond. They built like it was a water retention pond. So when they built the school back in the early 70s, my high school, they dug out this huge area and made it a retention area. And then they stocked it with fish, and they had like a fishing club or some shit. And they go in there and fish after school, these kids. But some of my buddies, I didn't do it, but I know they went back there and they planted some shit around the other side, supposedly where nobody fished. And these things are fucking growing, man. And they went back there fishing. And, because the beginning of school is when they do it. They come in, in the fall, you come back to school and they do their fishing thing then. And that's when they found the weed back there. It was a big deal. The police were there cutting it down.
I had plenty of acreage all around me. I mean, tons of it that could grow and all the fertilizer for free. But everybody grazed cows or something or horses on their property. So you're just fucked unless you can find like the guy who doesn't. So that was the guy across the field. So I had to stop along the side of the road. It's not grown up. Go up a bank like this, like 15 feet, and then 200 foot up a hill where I planted it. We didn't even know we were planting it. We were all baked drinking one night and just took all these plants out in a bunch of different spots and planted them in the ground. First time, after I was a kid, when I got back out of the military. But I found it, and then he burned it right at the end, man. But anyway, it was fun. It's a fun experience. It's a fun memory. But that Salmon River, the buds don't look the same, but it smells like it. So I like it.
The salmon terps.
Salmon River, yeah. So it changes, how they change flavor. It has some chocolate in it, but it has that mild skunky with the fruitiness in the background that you had in the late 80s that was coming in beside, everybody else. You were growing skunk, or they had that. It was kind of like a BC, it's kind of like a BC, with how I describe it, like a BC type of flavored bud.
Well, that's when the fruity stuff really started coming through, where people were getting fruity flavors, and then people were starting to want more of that and less of the skunk. And then the guys I know growing it, they were trying to breed the stink out of it because you couldn't fucking grow it anywhere. You would find it because it smelled like fucking skunks, just dead skunks. It's not hard to find that shit, man.
Then where I was from, the people who were growing it, the main person who was growing it that I know about it, he went to Jamaica every year. Every year he'd go to Jamaica and get fresh seeds. He didn't make his own seeds. And he'd come back and pick all the females out, and he planted a big old square field on the farm, and nobody knew about it until he got popped. Nobody knew about it. I mean, somebody knew about it. I didn't know about it. It's like, yeah, man, he had like a fucking field full. When they finally started flying the helicopters, they were like, oh, look at that. And he was like, I mean, it's massive, man. This is massive. But I think he did pretty well for himself, and he didn't have to worry about it. But for a kid, when you hear about it and you're in your low 20s, you're like, what? They said, yeah, man, he took $30,000 out of the house, 30 mason jars. They said you can keep this or you can keep that. I think he did 18 months. But he tried to take his dad's farm because it was on his property, but his dad didn't know about it. His dad he was doing it out in the field in the crop because he was farming the land. So his dad just thought he was, out there farming. His dad was too old to go out in the fields anymore.
Jeez.
So you imagine he had like 500 plants, all female. A farmer that knows what he's doing. A farmer, and he flew to Jamaica every year and got his seeds, And I was like, and I learned about it afterwards. I'm like, man, that guy was fucking way ahead of his fucking time, man. That's something in the late 60s, he was in high school in the mid 70s, so all through 70s and in the 80s. And then I don't think he got popped until like the early 90s.
Wow.
That would have been Jamaican weed before the Dutch seed banks got there and messed all those genetics up.
I've been down there. I've been to Jamaica once. It was awesome. I actually got to see a little farm. First time I ever got to see where, there were more than like 2 or 3 plants. This guy had like 50, 60 plants going, but they're just so spindly and, but he had them all, kind of like they weren't all together. He had space between them, and he had grown in all kinds of shit, spare tires, some of them were in. But yeah, it was pretty cool, man. It was a cool experience. He's a Rasta dude. He made us this ganja tea. So I'd never had an edible or anything before that. This was like 2006. I'm drinking this tea in this field with this guy that I don't even know. I'm like, man, what the fuck am I doing?
And it was perfectly fine.
It was awesome. It was a great experience, man.
I never
Did you get a try into the finger hash?
No, he was telling us about it though, that he goes through, he rubs his hands, he says, on it, and then they take like this knife, he heats it up, and then they just pull it off, charis or whatever, and then they roll it, and then they heat it, and then by heating it, it starts changing the structure of the chemical structure and all that. And then they put it in this pipe, and he just constantly is like puffing and puffing and puffing on it. But he had a bunch of spliffs rolled up and shit, and big fat ones. We were driving around with it. We were all smoking, and it got about 8 far. And the dude's like,
I heard the dab song. We got the 20.
Thank you, Eagle. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I missed it, man. Fuck.
All right, roll through it. I want to hear the Jamaica story. I was gonna chime in there. My one of my good buddies, his parents went to Jamaica in 2011, and I don't know why he felt the need to. My buddy put it in his parents' mind to do it, and they did it. But my buddy's dad literally smuggled hash and a bud in his like skin cream. They got like some skin. Yeah, they got like adult fucking, puberty face, whatever. Anyways, he snuck the fucking bud and the hash back in his little skin cream container, double wrapped up. But regardless of how it came back in whatever condition, I didn't care because I got some seeds from it. I'm pretty sure I got either 5 or 6 seeds. They're labeled J for Jamaica. They came from my buddy's dad, who went to Jamaica and got some bud, brought the bud back. I think, like I said, 5 or 6 seeds popped out. So let me take those. I'll grow them at a later date. Probably should have sprouted them. No, I would have. They actually wouldn't been alive now because we're in the reality that we are now. So good thing that I actually are in seed form because I can bring them back now.
Wait a minute. What reality are we in? Remind.
We're in the reality where I didn't germinate them in a previous time, and I'm on the same timeline that we are now, which would place me be where I'm at now in Wisconsin. There was Jamaican land race at 2011. I'm not going to call them land race because they probably have been inbred with or hybridized with elsewhere genetics. But anywho.
That's awesome. Thank you, Red Pill.
We're in the matrix and we all took the red pill. We didn't
take
the blue pill. We're not sleeping. We're awake.
I'll tell you what, when I came back from Jamaica, I loved the Blue Mountain coffee. So you're allowed, I forget what it was, 6 pounds or something like that. So I brought back 6 pounds. And it's kind of funny because the way they had it all wrapped up, it's like in a burlap sack, man. It looked like fucking Mexican brick shit,
Yeah, man.
And so, we get to the customs things to leave, and I'm thinking they're gonna fuck with me when they open it. I know they're, they gotta know what it is, but I know they're gonna fuck with me, right? No, they did. They just opened up. They looked. They shut my fucking thing, closed it up. My ex, they opened that thing up. They're pulling panties out. They're pulling, I'm like, come on. So lesson learned, don't ever stick your shit in the woman's bag. Keep it in yours.
Well, they want to look at those things.
Maybe
I
throw a
addressed,
vibrator,
I
maybe
acted.
throw a big dildo in there. Someone they open that thing up. Oh, fuck it. And they shut it right away. They want to dig around in that.
not-
They
see,
might.
The interesting thing
You
about
never know.
that
You might get the kinky guy, right?
is
Right?
you go to, if you want to find a place, I went there when it was still before it was just a block building for an airport, and the only thing that greeted you, there was no bar, no nothing. You walked off every plane onto the tarmac, and they greeted you with 12, 20 people playing the local music inside. You walked out, got on the bus. As soon as you got on, well, if you didn't buy from one of the guys that's right at the door in
Yeah.
1999, you could, the stuff that you bought at the door was as good as you were gonna get. You got to town, might be a little more, but if you wanted something right away, that guy was gonna follow you on the bus. It was gonna be like the bus down to Montego Bay, and he was gonna be like, "Here it is," And I was like, "What?" He pulled it out of the bus. I was like, "You serious?" Like, "Yeah, no biggie, man. I'm not trying to." It was a bag this big. And then we got to the hotel and checked out, walked across the street. My buddy's talking to a guy. I'm talking to the guy. And we're like, "Yeah, where can we get a little blow? We're in Jamaica. This is not the United States. Like, where can we get a little, we get a little powder, we get a little." And then he comes out, my buddy said, he pulls it out. He's got a piece of chaurus like this big. And whatever the powder was, and I really didn't want that right then, and some weed. It was like, no, we just want, or I forget, we bought a lot of stuff. But the chaurus is what I was most important of, because for $100 we got like it was like an eighth of powder, pure, uncut, a big old ball half the size of a quarter size of a golf ball redone. It looked like good, and we already had a big old bag, and I was like, frick, we're gonna be 5 days, I'm set, man. Well, we weren't set, but I mean, that was just good stuff, man.
Oh
And I didn't appreciate it. See, the thing about, I didn't appreciate it in '99. If I went back there right now, son of me hand me some charts, I'd be like, that took some work. But they make like 20 grams a day or something like that, more than that. Typical guy makes like 20 grams. That's a lot of rolling. It's a lot of.
Oh yeah, man.
But that was right on Montego Bay, right on the coast. It was cheap, It was. I told that story before. I could have bought the whole business for the building for 50,000, and I went back like 6 years later with the guy I took down when he died. I went down by myself, and they wanted 500,000 for it.
Right.
So there was no airport like that before I got. The second time I got there, I was like, what the fuck? There's a Jimmy Buffett as soon as you get off, and all this other stuff. And I'm like,
yeah,
find an island out there still somewhere. I said all that. So you still find islands, but there's little tiny airports. You'll find a different experience than just what you've left, except on an island. I mean, high commodity. You're just a commodity. Find some place to visit.
That's why
you are a commodity, but.
Right. So I always tell everybody, if you're gonna go to Jamaica, because I've been to the other places too. When you're up by Montego Bay on the north side of the island there, it's mostly all touristy shit, But like Negril, it's just different, man. It's laid back. You're in the country. You're in the country. You're in the jungle.
Yeah.
You're in the middle of nowhere. I mean, it's tropical and. It's pretty wild, man. I don't know. I had a dude pop out of the fucking jungle on me, man. Big old gold tooth and shit. Hey, man. I was like, whoa. Like, dude, where'd you come from? Hey, man. He's like, hey, you want to party? And right away they point to the nose. I'm like, nah, I'm good. He's like, oh, you want this? I'm like, all right, what do you got? And of course, you're buying like an ounce of weed for like $30. And they just got so much of it. And they're just fucking giving it away practically. But it was good. I didn't have any real bad shit. I did have the bartender hook me up, though. He's like, I got the good stuff, man. I bring it tomorrow. And I actually paid a little bit more for a lot less. But it was really good shit. He was right.
I am a funny fucker. All right. So I did in the description of the show put what I put first on the scene at Chetter Gate or some shit like that. Let me see what I did. Oh,
Chetter Gate.
first
I love
on the
it.
scene coverage of Chetter Gate. And then of course I did put the lobster emoji with a sailboat with an ambulance. And then I just sent him a DM on Instagram that said, "What have you done?" You know.
Oh my
no.
God, that is too good. He's gonna think something's really up, man.
I still haven't done my 420 yet. Fuck. I'm falling behind.
That's awesome, Eagle. Good deal.
I can't. I'm not even gonna answer his DM until he comes on the show.
I wish we had
That's
a
too
camera on him when he's reading that. That'd be awesome.
No
What
kidding.
Too funny. So, hey, Red Pill, are they going to legalize up there? I was talking to some Wisconsin people today. They came down for this grow thing, some younger kids. And they were saying that they're going to legalize, and they're looking forward to hopefully getting to get some sort of a caregiver program. And I'm just like, man, I don't know if that's going to happen.
That's way ahead of schedule. We haven't even written up a bill yet, and it wouldn't be caregiver because it's recreational that they're looking to do, and not medical.
Right. Wow, that sucks. I'd like to go to Wisconsin. It's right over the border. There's a lot of land there. It's empty.
Yeah, no, there's just, I don't know. We're the way I look at it is we're gonna probably have nationwide legalization before Wisconsin gets any type of thing on the ground.
Is it kind of like Utah? It's going to be a tri-state.
Well, no, because Utah is now medical.
It is?
So Utah is even ahead of Wisconsin.
Oh my God. Wow.
I don't know.
didn't
Indiana
realize.
might be the last one. I don't know, man. Do they even have medical there? I don't think
Be
they
one
have
of
any.
them like southern states. You know what I mean? It'd be like
Alabama.
Georgia, Kentucky,
Alabama's medical.
Tennessee, somewhere like in that zone, in that mountain zone. It'd be, it's
I
weird
think
'cause
Tennessee
them
might.
areas
I think
are beautiful. Go ahead. So
I was thinking Tennessee might flip just because with Nashville being now it's like it's where the fucking headquarters of the music industry is. And there's so many musicians down there and artists. I mean, these people are smoking. I mean, come on. You know, it's like LA moved into Nashville now.
Oh.
So,
Yeah, it's
and then
something
you
in
already
Tennessee.
had the country scene already there. So now you got the rock and the pop and everybody's all jammed into Nashville.
It's changed over there. It's changed a lot. I think it's almost yeah. Last I heard.
I'll tell you what was a shocker was Virginia too, man. I was like, holy shit, they're a pretty fucking tight ass state.
tobacco there too. Tobacco or cannabis friends, tobacco, big time. Big time. I would think they wouldn't want to lose out that precious crown to cannabis. That's what I was saying, getting ready to say about the other states too, man. They've got such fertile ground through there. Them areas are really not poor areas, but economically strapped in a lot of spots throughout them states. And they could use, a lot of that capital. Why they fight, like I said, fertile ground too. Excellent farmers. Why wouldn't they want cannabis in them states?
Wisconsin for years, for decades now, basically, has been missing out on so much revenue that supposedly, let's just pretend. I don't know. I'm so far out of this state of mind that I don't believe it anymore. But let's say the government needs to get money to do things that they need to do based upon all the revenue and all the taxes that we pay. on taxes and that kind of thing. Okay, so Wisconsin is missing out a fuck ton on that. Well, like you said, with fertile grounds, is I know California's got their thing with the Emerald Triangle, but ironically, the way it plays out is number 2 and number 3 to California, if you want to go where marijuana or cannabis thrives, is Wisconsin and Kentucky. So we're just literally missing out big time. Not capitalizing on something we have fucking whatever, an advantage over a lot of places.
I agree.
Hemp people were doing it, they got free reign to do it pretty much, but soon as long as there's 0.3% THC and up, can't be done.
So you're saying they can grow hemp in Wisconsin?
Yes, extremely
Yeah.
well. Yeah.
Okay. So they already know how to do what they got to do, pretty much. So
Yeah, like I said, they're just literally hurting themselves because we got an economy that would be just as successful as it wouldn't be as big because the population is California, but the production wise,
right.
you can do the same thing, greenhouses and hoop houses and outdoor crops and all that.
It could be the bud basket of the world, right?
Well, the whole thing was when in between Prohibition and now during World War II, the government was like, we need to grow hemp for hemp sales and other things. So the two places that they decided that were most favorable for their fiber producing varieties of hemp were in Wisconsin and Kentucky. Just has to do with, mainly they were looking at veg cycle because, veg cycle equals biomass for hemp. Not necessarily saying it's favorable for bud production in either or places. That's all a challenge in and of itself that can be overcome. But as far as the plant, just sprouting out of the ground and shooting to 10 feet tall before it even has a single flower on it. Yeah. Wisconsin soil and latitude and longitude and all that is perfect for all that.
How's your weather? What's the range on that?
Because
he just got you.
where
Oh,
I'm at,
just kidding.
I'm literally less than 1,000 feet from Lake Michigan. I'm right next to Lake Michigan. So we got a little bit cooler, a little bit more humid, mild climate than literally just 30 minutes west of me. But depending on what kind of environment that favors, because 30 minutes west of me during July and August, it's hot as fuck. It's 95, 100 degrees, almost 100% humidity. But then right where I'm at, it's 10 degrees cooler, right?
So do you get lake effect there?
Yeah, that's the thing is we get where I'm at, I get a better veg than just 30 minutes west of me, but I get a more challenging flower cycle because shit's this season, it would have had to been done by August 1st. We had a little flip of the schedule here where it was just gray skies and a week of rain during the afternoon. It wouldn't have been no good. So this particular season would have had to have outdoor plants that were done by August or October 1st. Other years, if you get a real lucky year, you can go all the way to Halloween. Gray skies and all that shit won't come till November 1st. This year was a whole month early, apparently.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a pretty rough winter this time. It's supposed to be really cold. And with all the volcanic stuff going into the atmosphere, that might have an adverse effect upon it. winter as well.
At first, it didn't start off cold. I think we got a little cold sweep now, and it's going to be warm again. Actually, it's going to get like the 60s or 70s and 80s again, supposedly. But it was just wet, gray, no sun and wet for like a week straight. It wouldn't have been good. I would have preferred to have plants that were ready to chop down prior to that than having to wait till a couple sunny days after a whole week of just gray skies and rain. And how it would usually turn out is the 2009, 2010, 11, 12, and 13 year. It didn't get really rainy out or gray skies until like Halloween. Maybe like one of those years, like 2011, 2012, it might have. And my whole thing was my dad being paranoid of me chopping down plants around that time and having trick-or-treaters come to the door during Halloween and coming up to the door and smelling plants. So if I had outdoor plants, he would prefer if I would wait till after the trick-or-treaters would come for me to cut those down. And a couple of times, like, it was too late, just a week too late, man. Should have cut those fucking plants down a week earlier. Would have been perfect. Yeah, there's something about the gray skies and dampness in the air.
Well, yeah, you being right there on Lake Michigan. I mean, I know how Lake Michigan works, man, and it's like a wall. So whatever weather we get over here, in an hour you guys get it, and then it's just like it always slows down. That lake slows shit down, and sometimes even just holds it there, So you guys kind of get like this holding pattern of shit hovering over you. That's where you get lake effect snow, and you get lake effect rains and stuff like that,
Yeah, I'm 5 blocks away from the lake.
Yeah, so you're right there.
Yeah.
So yeah, growing for you, the flowering at the end there is going to be a huge challenge, especially if we keep getting the same type of weather which we normally get.
So
Does
that's
it have
why
a lot of
I predicted this ahead of time, and I picked out Greenhouse Seeds Church because they advertise that as you can grow that in any environment that you would normally have to worry about mold. And it was like their anti-mold. They actually literally had an AMS, and some people thought it was the abbreviation for Amsterdam, but it was their anti-mold strain. And they crossed that, I forgot to what other kind of variety, but that made the church. And they were like, yeah, you can grow this Great Lakes, you can grow this in, the Netherlands, really humid environments, and it doesn't mold. So that was my particular, other than auto flowers, that was what I was growing outdoors. The church.
Yeah, it would make sense to do auto flowers. That's what I actually grew 3 of them, but when I got back from the Luzerne trip, they were all molded out. And they're, they were so small. I mean, I could have saved some of it, but by the time, I was like, forget it. It was a test run anyways. I just wanted to see what would happen. I don't like
it sounds like the crap. I threw some ones that just weren't doing that good inside here. And since I had my little bed outside, I did what Eagle said. He just throws them outside sometimes to straighten them up.
Yeah.
Well, I threw them outside for good or bad, whatever. So I threw them out there just to see what would happen. I let them grow to their fruition, and I even dried them and looked at the bud, but I ended up just crushing it and putting it right back into my bed outside.
Yeah. No good.
Because I just, it smelled good, but I don't know. I just didn't want to smoke it.
Something weird about being grown outside, right?
Well, no, it just didn't. It didn't look good.
Oh, okay.
Funky
looking.
It didn't look like anything I would even.
When I let my when you talk about like in the flower stage, usually when I set mine out to bring them back, I'll let them go out there until I've seen everything kind of come back to good health. Everything's nice, dark green. She's good and healthy. And then still, I'm not bringing that back in. I'm
No.
actually gonna, do
Got
a
a
little bit of
clone?
IPM, and then I'm cutting the tops off there, as many as I need to restore that strain, and then I'm bringing them healthy, rejuvenated cuts back in.
Okay.
Starting to get basic.
That's good to know, because I was wondering how you were going about that.
Yeah, so I had those three. I was gifted these seeds, or not gifted. I actually made a trade, but they're supposed to be like a 1-to-1 CBD THC. And I threw those out there, and that was just going to be it for my outdoor. And then I had these two plants. I had a Mosca Seed Sugar Fire, which is a Legend OG crossed with Gelato 41. And then I had this other one was called Pomelo. And I really didn't look into it. And they were just doing really shitty inside, and I just couldn't get them to come back, and they kept kind of getting worse. And I'm like, well, I need the room, so fuck it. You guys go outside. I mean, either way, you're getting tossed out there. So I'll throw them out there and see what God could do to you. And then they just started flourishing, and I just left them out there. And then the one turned out to be a male, and then I got the other one pregnant, and so now I got a bunch of seeds. So now I'm a breeder.
Now you're a breeder.
So I'll be selling packs of seeds, Stony Rockefeller genetics. I know they're full on I know they're not Hermes, so you'll get funny. A Sugar Fire crossed with a Pomelo, or Pomelo crossed with Sugar Fire. But yeah, I know some dudes that do that. I'm a breeder now.
Right?
No, you're not. You're just an
I'm
idiot.
I'm a big kid now.
I'm an idiot who just effed up is what I am. I'm no breeder. I'm an idiot.
Exactly.
It's like the jerk, with Steve Martin, with the dog. He's like, oh, I should call you Hero. And that guy's like, you should call that dog Shithead. Okay, come on, Shithead. That's me. Shithead.
Yeah.
But you know what? I'm going to grow them out. I'm going to harvest up some of these seeds. I got the plant in the garage hanging and shit.
Well, why not, man? I had accidents. I'm going to grow mine out.
Hey, it might be the next OG Kush or Chem Dog. Isn't that how that shit was found? Just some shit bag seed. Not shit, but good weed, but bag seed. And grew it out, and the plant looks like a little turd. And all of a sudden you smoke it and it blows your freaking mind out.
I got Chem Dog's pipe right here.
Oh, did you get one from him?
Yeah.
How much did he juice you for that?
200 for this one right here.
That's not bad, man.
Really?
And you got it from the man himself.
It'd be hard to read right there, but it's TI signed on the bottom there. Chem Dog 15.
That's really cool. How's it smoke? Good? Is it a nice piece?
Yeah, it is actually a really nice piece. I'm more of a dabber.
Nice Eagle.
I've talked about this with Eagle before, man. Dabs go down a lot smoother than a dry pipe with flower. I don't know what the fuck it is about me, but
Can you double those masks up?
Bad pipe nonetheless.
Sir, that goes against OSHA standards.
I see Cheddar Bob's in chat. I'm taking off the rocks.
Uh-oh. Chetter Gate.
Chetter Gate. Hop on, Cheddar Bob. We got some questions for you.
Yeah, Bob, let's go, man. I'm getting caught up on the yearly event here because I don't watch TV. So these guys are filling me in on volcanoes and Chetter Gate and all this stuff, man. We need to ask you some questions.
Come on, Cheddar Bob. We got to tell you what happened across the pond.
Suspect.
Make sure you put
popped in chat. I wrote suspect.
I
Oh
love
yeah, he's suspect. Yes,
it.
yes.
Suspect number one.
Oh yeah.
It is crazy to think that I got this chem dog pipe 6 years ago this Christmas.
Wow.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got to say this. He's our main suspect.
Yes, the main suspect. So main that they named Chetter Gate after him.
Uh-huh.
He's like, what is Chetter Gate? That's what we need to ask you, Bob. You need to get in here, man.
Has he figured it out yet, Eagle? What's he doing there? What's he doing?
No,
He's
he
asked-
says he says, okay, hold on, interest peaked.
He better have his superhero outfit on tonight.
Yeah.
Lobster
Better have your
trap
spidey
set.
senses on.
Here's Gorski's
Yeah,
like lobster trap set. Beware.
Oh, here he is. Here he is.
Uh-oh.
Defense is up. Defense
My
is
spidey
up.
senses that just came on.
Have your Lysol spray. Fucking everything ready. It could change. I don't know.
Where's this guy?
Good morning.
There he is.
Hey.
Bob.
Morning, Chetter Bob.
All right, so I just woke up. What's going on here? I had a
You
lot-
started
Okay.
coronavirus, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah.
dude, what's going
Did-
on?
Did you
And they're
hear
calling
that
it-
China has said that the coronavirus was
Oh,
sent
the Maine
here
lobsters.
from a Maine lobster,
From a guy named Chetter Bob.
right?
Do you know him?
And
From a
we don't
guy
know
named
any
Cedric
lobster
Chetter
fishermen.
Bob.
I don't feel safe.
Cedric Roberts.
I was not fishing when coronavirus started.
Where
That's
were
a
you,
bunch of
Bob?
bullshit.
Where were you between 5 and 6?
On Corona Day.
No, I heard that actually a couple weeks ago,
I was in
Which is-
kindergarten.
which is stupid. But like Maine lobster of all things to spread
You
coronavirus.
super villain. You damn super villain. We caught you.
My master plan.
So did you hear that, Cheddar Bob?
Is
I
that
did.
why
I
my
heard that.
package was quarantined, Bob?
I did. I was wondering why Eagle had that blue vagina across his face.
He said he was scared.
it, it did look a little paddish, to be
Gonna
honest
be like-
with you. As I looked at
It
it.
looked like a maxi pad, I thought.
If you turned this way, we wouldn't have known.
Oh, shit.
Oh yeah.
So how you
Quarter-
doing, brother? What are you
quarter-
dabbing on this morning?
Oh, I don't even know. I haven't even done I haven't put any preparation H under my eyes to get the swelling down or anything this morning. So you guys are catching me all unprettied up.
All on super and shit, right?
Yeah, get that preparation H and it
Right.
tightens up the skin on the crow's feet and stuff.
Well, we figured with that DM and the name on the title and everything, it would get your face stretched right out,
Well, face stretching is a different party time.
Right.
That's private party time when the face
Okay.
stretching
Yes.
starts.
Face straddling or face stripping? What are we talking about?
Face stretching.
Oh, stretching, not straddling, not being
Yes.
straddled. Okay.
BJ's face stretching.
All right, let's see. What do I have?
And now my interest is peaked. Are we talking like just like pushing and stretching or tape across the forehead and pulling back? I mean, how?
I think
I guess
it's
you
really
clear your
different
mouth.
strokes for different folks, isn't it?
Thought it was a BJ. A BJ is face stretching. I just mean like that's what happens most of the time.
Take that avocado out of your mouth, Robert. I can't hear you.
Shit.
I thought a BJ was face stretching. That's what I said.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's the only thing I knew was face stretching was a BJ. So that's all I know.
Well, I don't want to be stretching my face then.
No.
So I pressed some of this cherry pie. Note to self, it does not like to press the flower. It's just very, very greasy and slippery.
Okay.
So I've been
Squirt
kind of,
right out of there.
yeah, like it might have been a little too wet when I pressed it, but I don't know. I'm gonna have to wash it and see how the bubble hash presses.
You did say you had quite a bit of that, right? Sorry about that.
Oh, no problem.
Had it in the
Good
freezer,
question.
had it in the fridge. Doesn't want to thicken up.
How's the
Well,
taste?
Taste is there. Taste is on point. It actually, instead of that gasoline that it has, like while it's in flower, comes through with a little bit more sweeter, like candy notes, which now I can see where they get the cherry pie from. But in flower, it's straight up like there, you don't get a hint of sweetness or anything.
Yeah.
How's the flower? Have you smoked the flowers too?
Oh yeah,
or-
the flower's nice. Flower's
Yeah.
real nice. Just terps all. She's dripping here. Terps through the whole thing.
Nice.
Yeah, just it's beautiful. So
Yeah,
That's awesome.
I grew the cherry pie one time from clone, and the same thing. I didn't get any cherry terpenes at all. I got loud OG, offensive gasoline.
yeah, I think when people hear cherry pie, they're thinking that sweet, like dessert style stuff, but it's like fermented cherries, like a cherry ferment. You can get that, but it's very obnoxious smell.
I could get that because it kind of had the darker black like tones as it faded out. That's why I thought I got the cherry thing. Like it still to me had like a rank OG Kush terpene profile, but it faded completely black. So I thought that's why I got its cherry name, like black cherry.
Highly possible.
Well, Cheddar Bob, I'm glad you came on here to straighten this out. So, how did you get that into the lobsters?
Hold on one second.
All right, we lose him.
Where'd he
Where'd he go?
He put on them headphones and went, howdy.
Yeah, he disappeared.
He gave us the Corona cough and then he
Maybe
left.
he is a
Gave us a
superhero.
Corona cough and vanished.
Right?
Right? Like,
kind of like Genie, He just did a.
Didn't seem pressed nothing. All I seen was headphones go on. Maybe they were
Yeah.
like superhero headphones. He's like, oh,
Yeah, magical headphones. They make you invisible.
wrong set.
fuck
Those
yeah.
are for the game. Damn it. He's probably playing a game now.
Oh,
Jesus.
He took the dab, got caught up in the game, and that's that. And we'll
Those
see
are
him
some
again.
special headphones you got there, man. They make you invisible.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
They were expensive, but well worth it.
Hell yeah.
So they came with one of my superhero shirts. I can't tell you which one.
Okay.
Is he a DJ in his daytime life? That's in particular superhero.
No, but they did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night.
Oh, perfect. That's it right there.
So, I think that
Holiday
covers all
Express? What's
one
Not
that?
bad
boundary
on
to
that.
the other. Yeah. Yep. That pretty much covers that topic.
I only know
So,
about the fucking La Quintas.
so Cheddar, why does China think that you sent the coronavirus?
Well, I think it's easier for them because I'm the closest out of all of you.
Okay,
No, to China?
because
What
they
you
are just
talking
across the border, right? I mean,
The fuck?
I don't know. I don't know what their beef is with Maine lobster. It's very peculiar. I don't know. It's bizarre. I have no idea.
I
I don't even have it. I don't even have anything funny to say.
Cheddar Bob, I'm on your side this whole time. I don't believe any of that damn shit for a second.
Yeah,
But I thought it was a
I mean,
bat.
we weren't even sending like lobster over there. Like they had shut everything down. So I don't know. Maybe someone snuck a secret one in or something, but obviously I didn't send them because I can't send lobsters very well.
well, that's what they're telling their people.
That's a cover-up story.
I mean, it might have died and something might have grown out of that, but it wasn't intentional. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Cheddar Bob, I'm not getting indicted, am I? You tried to receive
It's the
a COVID lobster.
you're gonna catch a Rico case.
We're all gonna catch one then. We're
All of
connected
you,
right now.
all of you are
All of
fucking
us.
Rico'd.
But you've been called by us, or you're
Sorry.
on the Zoom.
All over a
You've been in the
lobster.
Zoom.
You
Yeah.
never seen the lobster coming.
I've never even
Just
fucking
we
ate a
know
lobster.
football.
I'm allergic to them.
I don't like lobsters. I wouldn't eat a lobster if there was a gun to my head. I swear to God.
I don't
don't
even
like
know
it.
the bib.
I don't eat crabs. I don't eat lobsters. I'll fuck with some swordfish or some sea bass or some kind of shit like that. But
I'll
no, I
eat
don't eat none of
spiders.
them crustaceans.
I ate a lot of spiders apparently when I sleep.
Hell
Okay.
no.
Now, if it was a COVID cod or a COVID halibut or something, I might be responsible, but nope. I don't touch them lobsters, man. Those are mud bugs.
Mud bugs.
Yeah, exactly. Water bugs.
Look up dinosaur shrimp.
Funny
All I'm
enough
saying
is
is if they come up with an avocado connection as well, I just
That's
don't
what
know. We could sit up.
if they come up with an avocado connection, you folks will never probably see me again.
Be an avocado farm hiding. They'll be hiding
Yeah, I
on
mean-
the avocado farm. Just
Yeah,
sitting back counting your avocados.
fueled by my lobster farm. My sustainable COVID lobster farm.
COVID lobster farm. Yeah, we have to be
Yeah.
specific.
Was it COVID lobster farm in my Ryerson avocado plantation? You know,
Owned by the
just
Mexican mafia too.
Yeah, don't forget about them. They Rico. It's all Rico'd. I connect the world.
I know nothing.
That's
You're
it.
like Kevin Bacon. You're worse than
I am
Kevin
the-
Bacon.
I am the iron suit around Earth.
With claws.
Wait, there's an iron suit around there.
You know, Iron Man. He wants to put that's why he made Ultron. He wanted to put the.
Oh yeah, he did. He wanted to put a protective shield around the earth.
After Loki first came, he was
That's
like, "We
called the
need."
firmament, baby.
The firmament.
That's
I
called
was
some
gonna
John
say it.
Travolta shit right there. Hey, and speaking of, did anyone see that picture of Tom Cruise? What the fuck is up with that dude?
That guy looks insane, doesn't he?
He looks like a fake human being now. He looks like one of those cat people, you know, when they get all that plastic surgery and they end up looking like felines.
Yeah. He didn't look normal. Maybe
Yeah.
it's all
When
that
did this happen?
Scientology.
It was just he was at one of the baseball games, maybe the Dodgers game or something, and they snapped a picture of him, and I was like, "Oh shit, that Scientology is fucking rough." I used to wait on John Travolta in Camden, Maine. He has a house on little island out there. That dude is fucking weird. Fucking
Yes.
weird. Like straight up fucking weird. His wife, Kelly Preston, was awesome. But John Travolta is a fucking weird ass dude. From
He
the
is.
lips of babes.
Who's
Weird.
I
taller?
think
you
most
or
of them
him?
fuckers are weird out there, man. I think you gotta be cut from a certain cloth to be in that group, being honest with you. Even the ones that don't seem weird are fucking probably really weird, you know. They're actors after all. Remember that.
I don't know. Harrison Ford was a carpenter. He seems pretty cool. I'd hang out with Harrison Ford.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
need a
he's
whole
probably
nother,
pretty cool. I did meet Tom Selleck. He was pretty cool too. He was laid back.
Tom Selleck bought a house for his mother in Bar Harbor. He bought it like in 1986 or something like that. It's been vacant, fucking windows all boarded up ever since. No one's ever stayed in it. No one's ever lived in it. It's this huge mansion, like right on the water for almost 40 years now. No one's
So he's-
ever been in it.
So he's a little weird.
I mean, anyone to grow a mustache like that and then keep it after the 80s. Come on.
Yeah,
man.
you know, unless you're a
Come on.
cop. You can
Yeah.
still
Or,
do that.
you know, or unless you got
cop.
something connected, like, no,
Yeah.
who the fuck grows plain old mustaches between cops,
He-
rapists, and pedophiles?
He wasn't letting go. He wasn't letting go of the Magnum PI years, man. He just couldn't.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He
Well, at
couldn't
least
let
he
go
didn't-
of that shit.
At least he didn't switch over to fucking baby Hitler Higgins. Ah! Sorry, I didn't mean to yell. That just scared the shit out of me, Eagle. Damn it. Dude, you look like a
Eagle's like, what?
totally.
What are you talking about? Huh?
He's like, what?
You know what you should have?
Kitchen.
You should have a green screen in back of you. So when you put that thing on, it has like a bunch of like kids and like dog kennels and stuff like that.
Oh,
Put a playground behind you.
Boy,
Is that bad?
Yeah, well, I mean, how would you get that picture taken in the first place? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, just get some neighborhood kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
They,
right.
give them a couple
Oh.
bucks. They'll jump right in a dog cage. No problem.
Do you want some ice cream?
No, that's creepy. Just offer them money. Oh, how about some cryptocurrency talk? Anyone down with the crypto?
Motherfuck, hell no.
Are you in that?
I dabble. I have 11 million shares of Shiba Inu that I bought at like 10 thousandths of a penny.
God.
And now it's up to like 10 thousandths of a penny. And just going up and
It's
up
shooting
and
up
up.
like a rocket. Yes,
Oh,
it is.
yeah, baby. Give me 5 years. I'm going to have $7.
With interest or what?
No, just no interest.
Seven.
No, you don't gain interest on the crypto.
Ugh.
That was a big sigh, Eagle. I'm getting tired.
So have you hired an accountant to get you through this new influx of money you're going to be coming into here in a couple of 5-7 years?
No, I'm just gonna make mattresses with it. And
Put it in the mattress.
cash it all out and start a personal mattress company. Or maybe figure out how to actually infect lobsters with COVID and start sending them around the world, since I'll be rich enough to feed my superhero needs.
Well, you've already been implicated. You might as well go. You know what I'm saying?
You guys are all like, Chetter Gate. I was like, I don't drink anymore, but what did I do last night? It's like, shit. Am I sleepwalking?
Yeah, we had to draw you in. We were just
You
seeing
did.
if we yelled crystal long enough, if Tal would come in, and that happened. So tonight we were doing another experiment with you. And we figured
go.
we'd implicate you and see if you would actually show up and let us grill you.
Was that with our powers combined, we formed
let's see.
Captain Cheddar?
We've done this before just for funsies' sake. just because you guys have called out allegedly and suspect, how good are you at matching the person to the crime?
Oh yeah,
There's
you
actually
got something for us?
I do.
Yeah.
Let me we've done this before. There we go. Ted Bob's like, what are we doing?
Yeah, what are we doing?
We
I have to
are.
remember.
I mean,
This is a website called the Waster. All right. This is a game where you have to match
Time
the
waster.
person to their alleged crime. So we'll go
the
ahead and
guy
play a few
in the
rounds of
Patriots
this.
jersey did something drunk.
Hold on. Now, hold on. Here we go now. Here is the lineup, and here are the crimes, Chetter Bob. Who has done what?
The girl that doesn't have the Lakers shirt on, she's trouble.
No,
She said.
let's put it in our let's put it in the messages so we all have our answers written down so we know what the hell we all said or no. Otherwise, we're all gonna be all mixed up. Like last time, we got all confused. Right now, if we just put our messages, just mess each other.
Well, should we do it that way individually, or should we just like vote?
Do it as a group.
If we do it that way,
Do it as a group.
someone's
All right,
gotta
the two white girls are split between meth and heroin.
White girls.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think the
we'll
girl in
group
the white's the heroine.
I'm gonna go enter dwelling without owner's consent.
I'm
Probably.
gonna go the opposite way. You're probably
The
right
one
on
in
the
black.
drug possession. So
I'm
No,
gonna
the one
go.
with the blacks got more like marks on their face, so that's what I'm looking at. The marks on their face, like somebody kicking their face.
That's
So the
meth,
one in
yeah.
white,
Yeah,
the
she's
one in
got the
white, and the one in the
pickers.
black. Yeah,
She got
those
the
are all
pickers.
Laker fans too. What the fuck is this? It's my shit. It's my team.
Well, yeah,
you
well,
have-
that's their common crime. Now this is
That's the
Okay,
common.
yeah.
Yeah, that's the
I was
one
just
thing
getting
that
at,
ties
like,
it all
what the hell?
together.
They're all Lakers fans.
that's
Yeah,
that's the
all.
Rico case. Now they're
Rico
breaking it
case.
down.
all right.
Yes,
So we'll
we got
start.
one
We'll
number.
start right
Okay.
here.
Yeah.
We'll
All right,
start right
I'm
here.
going.
So what do you think
going
the
with-
Lakers?
I'm going with
are doing?
heroin.
What has she done?
I'm going with
The
heroin.
first
Everybody
one?
who agrees with Bob. Yep,
What,
the
her?
first one.
She's
Who agrees with
heroin?
Bob? I
Which
think
one's
that's your
heroin?
meth girl there.
Yeah, I'm going
Yes.
the first girl heroin.
First girl, yeah.
Yeah.
All
don't got
right,
no
we'll
marks on her
put
face.
heroin there. All right,
And
number
then
2. What do you
If I
think?
did,
He's done
Brand-
something suspect. He's already like
I'm
looking
going-
out.
No,
yeah,
You know
he
what I'm
looks
saying?
he looks
I
like
thought
Eric
number two-
Menendez.
I thought
He's
number
he's
two.
dwelling. He's a dwelling without consent.
Yeah,
owner's
he's a
consent.
creeper.
Yeah.
I
He's
definitely
like
I
looking
get a
out.
I get a
Number
nice
two, I
stop
thought
there.
was
already.
the heroin.
Hey
guy.
guys, there's grand theft too. Look at the chains this
Yeah,
dude's got. I mean, you know, I don't
but
know.
Yeah.
I think the other
looks like a
girl did
drink.
Grand Theft Auto.
He looks like he looks like a thief. But
Number
he
two looks like a
fucking
thief.
drinker too.
Thank you, Green. Thank
I
you.
told you she's not wearing a Lakers sweatshirt, so she's like bad. She got Grand Theft Auto on the front.
This one, yeah.
So
The white guy
the
was
other girl
definitely
you
drunk
put,
driving.
we're gonna put. So we're putting grand theft here. Is
No,
that what
that's
I'm
math.
hearing?
No,
The
that's
purple
meth. Look at
shirt-
The face, yeah. The face is meth. It's like all ripped up.
The purple shirt dude is grand theft.
No, driving
No,
while
drunk
intoxicated.
driving. No?
Yeah,
This guy.
White-
Yeah.
That's grand theft.
white guys
last guy
love
was-
drunk driving.
Yeah,
Love
the-
it.
The
Yeah.
last guy
We do. We love it. We love
Oh,
drunk
I
driving.
do it. I used to do it all the time.
Okay,
Well,
this
Oh,
goes
is this
for-
what is this the lineup? Then what you guys are calling this?
I
Yeah,
think that's
I'm
pretty.
good.
I think that's
Yeah,
pretty
dude.
good.
No, yeah, dude on the far right is the guy living in someone's house or whatever. the
Except
fuck.
I can't quite figure out the grand theft and enter dwelling. Those could be switched, but I'm
Well,
I think
Yeah.
that's good.
Dwelling
They
guy
might
is
be
far
Well, the
right.
guy in the end looks like he could been angry and like just fucking come in to snatch your ass up. But he got lucky with coming in the dwelling. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He
yeah.
looks
The
like
purple
that,
dude
too.
looks pretty
bet he's-
angry too.
I bet he's still in jail though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy with the gold, he looks like he's a grand theft. So yeah, we'll just keep it like that.
All right.
Yeah, I don't mind
So
that.
what do you
lineup.
want
That's
me to
pretty good.
change here? What do you want me to change?
Nothing.
Here?
No,
Nobody.
leave it like that. Let's see
I
what
think
happens.
it's-
Not
Yep.
like that. All right, we're gonna spin the wheel here. What we got? We had two right: the grand theft and the dwelling, and the other one we had right.
Really?
I knew it.
We did have that one.
The,
Right?
oh
And
man.
I
See,
did
the
not
girls
see
were
them.
switched.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Red pill was right.
I
Oh, we
know a
did get
dweller when I
grand.
see him. Fucking dweller.
That's funny.
Well,
All right, you guys want another round?
Yeah, that was kind of fun.
Yeah, that was cool.
Is chat agreeing with what we were saying, or were they saying something different? Or
Well,
White
people-
people said we were way off.
white people are
White
losing the war on drugs.
that's what I'm saying.
All right, you have a whole new lineup in front of you. Look at the suspect on the right there. And what about the middle guy? What the fuck is going on with
Oh,
these
dude,
guys?
no,
Holy
Oh,
second
dude,
shit.
to the
that's the
left.
guy
You
on
know-
cocaine.
Second to
No,
the
the
left.
guy
I don't
there,
even know I don't
That's the
even know
most
what's going
classic
on in
mugshot
box
I've
2.
ever
What
seen.
is going on in box 2?
The times I
Lots
have been
of-
arrested,
The
they have
second
never
one.
let me make faces like that.
That is too happy to be charged. Box 2. I've
That's the
never
most
been that
classic
happy to be
mugshot.
charged. I don't think it. Yeah, that is.
Hey, what do you guys
All
think
right.
about box 3? I'm thinking aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. Look at him. He's just like
yeah,
half.
look
Like,
at that. That's what I said. Yeah. Aggravated
Yeah, for sure.
battery.
Psycho
the
with
pink
eyes,
deadly
shirt
man.
chick or dude. I can't
I
make.
give box 4 some incredible props on that hairdo. That fucking look at that shit. Them dreads are out of control.
And making it
They're
stand
awesome.
up for the picture. Like they're not falling down. They're straight up. Like
I bet you they're fake.
That's badass.
I
All
bet
right.
you that they're fake, like Little Wayne's. Little
this one's
Wayne's
a little
fake,
bit
everybody.
harder.
I think number 2 would be the larceny.
I say girl
Larceny
number
for
1
number
is
2.
probation violation.
Yeah.
All right.
Or cocaine.
Trespassing.
Number 3 is cocaine
Surfer
possession.
surfer
You guys agree?
dude.
I think the guy in the end is the cocaine possession.
Yeah, surfer dude had the cocaine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he looks like he's tweaking.
Spicoli had the coke, man.
Oh,
That
but
wasn't
he took
my
the deadly
coke.
weapon.
Yeah, where'd you get that jacket?
Nah,
You know what?
That guy's deadly. That guy's aggravated battery. He's the fucking
Guy
look at him,
number
he was in a
4
fight.
is
So-
definitely trespassing. He
I
got
don't-
high,
I
and
would-
got lost.
I would say the guy laughing, since trespassing isn't a very you can get
Offensive crime,
charged with
yeah.
trespassing and you can laugh about it. I
Yeah.
would say he's either on cocaine or trespassing, but that's just me.
But you know this has got to be tricked
Number
up.
2.
So I bet you the little girl there is probably the aggravated battery one. The dude laughing is
you
probation
know what?
violation.
I'll bet she
You're
is
right.
too.
Yeah.
Yep.
I
Yep.
had a little.
She
girl
looks
friend-
pretty
girl was-
mean, man.
It just be crazy.
But yeah,
No,
So-
she's a
Larceny
probation.
number
probation, bro.
3. Yeah.
Look up the
that's
nostrils.
it.
I'm gonna look up their nostrils to see which one's got coke up their nose.
I think
No,
trespassing
I-
should be the
yeah.
laughing guy.
The last
I
guy's
think
got
so,
coke on
yeah.
his nose. Look at that. I zoomed in on him.
switch the-
Look at his nose. It looks
You
like
zoomed
cocaine
in
all
on
over
him.
his face.
Yeah,
Look
you
at
gotta
him.
switch the probation and the trespassing.
Dude,
Switch
the
those
middle
two.
guy is definitely doing the Tony Montoya fucking
Yeah.
cocaine moves.
For the
The
chicken.
smiling dude. The smiling dude kills someone, Blaze
Right
Daly
there.
said.
Blaze
see what we
Daly's
got.
actually looking it up.
The middle
Does
guy
everybody-
stabs somebody.
Everybody agree with this right here?
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm good with that one.
How about
I
chat?
think
Is everybody
we're the
agreeing
only
with
one we
that?
got right. I think the
guys
only
like
one we
it,
got
chat?
right is the guy on
All
the end.
wrong, Aldridge says. Aldridge, what is
I
it,
agree
man?
with Aldridge.
We got them all wrong.
Yeah, I think the only one that's right is the cocaine possession. But we'll see. I think this guy here, that's
What do you
your
want?
trespassing.
I think we
You want
got 3 out of 5.
Aggravated
Right?
battery is. I think. Yeah. Well, all right. We got the girl. Yeah, she's the aggravated battery with a deadly weapon.
Good call.
And
It could be the smiley one with the aggravated battery with
The
the deadly
smiley
weapon.
one's eyeballs, though, man, look like
There's
coke
3 out of
out.
5. I know it.
We got 3 out of 5.
He looks crazy.
We may. All right, here we go.
Submit it.
Oh,
All
we
right,
didn't
what
do it
we
yet.
get? None
like,
of
what do
them
you want?
right. Aldridge was totally
None.
right.
Oh,
How did we wait?
wow.
Oh, that's
You
Yeah,
see,
we
I
were
had the
way
larceny right the first time.
Oh, wow.
yeah.
Aldridge was totally right on that one.
And
Although
that
we just flipped shit around, but I think we still had it wrong either way, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's why I'm not a cop.
Yeah.
we didn't get one right.
No, it just shows that
No.
we're not judgmental assholes. That we fucking like don't judge a book by its cover very well.
Or in that respect, maybe I should be a cop because they're always getting fucking shit wrong, right?
Right. Yeah. Wow.
See, we had Chetter Bob
Maybe
pegged.
this is the
pegged. We had him
This is the
pegged,
test.
and we can't even
Yeah.
get one right.
I told you
All
Maybe
right,
this is-
here we
man.
go.
Nah, I knew that little girl was a
Another round. Another round.
maybe
Okay,
this is
okay.
the test to become a law enforcement officer.
Oh,
This is
wow.
all. This is the only thing I have to pass. Get 2 out of 5
Wait,
right.
there's another
Domestic
larceny on this one.
battery domestic battery by strangulation, larceny, narcotics possession, felon in possession of a firearm, violation of community supervision. What?
I think they all hustle.
The hell does the violation
This-
of community supervision mean?
This is the B crowd.
Oh, God,
He means he
crowd.
didn't
This
show up
was
to
like
pick up that garbage on the side of the road.
this.
Yeah, you didn't
This was
show
a
up to
Monday.
community
This,
service.
this was a Monday night pickup.
What's
The
the most
firearm
like,
dude I say is number 4, man. I don't know. He looks like he's just got a gun. He wants to shoot somebody.
He looks
Or
like
number
he's an.
3. No, number 3.
He looks like an
he's,
angry. What are those guys
Strangler's
called?
number 2.
I want to say number
Strangler's
3.
number 2.
I'm
What do you
I'm
think?
going the white guy with the droopy face is the
with the
domestic battery.
gun. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. He does look like a wife beater, man.
Yeah.
No, that's gonna be one of the brothers. I'm sorry not to be like racist, but like fuck it.
No.
I feel like
White
no,
white
number-
guys.
Number
White
3
guys
is the most
love
innocent.
to strangle their women to death.
This-
Look at Brian
Yeah.
Loudry. White guys strangle their women to death.
And narcotics
Yeah,
right where it
exactly.
is on the red guy. Yeah,
The
narcotics on
hustle
guy
guy's
that's gone.
definitely narcotics possession, man. He's
They're
hustling.
all
I mean.
hustles. They're
Oh,
all.
they
They're all
all do
hustling.
have hustle on them. Oh shit! I'm not even paying
That's-
attention. God
That's
damn.
why I said they all
Let's see.
hustle.
Yeah, that's what it
Fuck.
says.
I think violation of community supervision is the guy on the end. I could just see that cat stand in the sun and like just have enough of it. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
fuck this, I am
I
outta
just
here.
feel like
He looks like he's got more important shit to do, man.
Yeah, I'd say the middle
Yeah.
guy is larceny.
nah,
And narcotics.
yeah, the middle
He's
guy
narcotics.
is just
The middle
proven
guy or
black
the
villains.
or the domestic battery guy would be larceny. I'm guessing.
I think we got something. I actually think we got something rock solid.
Yeah, that's.
I just
that's
said a
not-
prayer for the.
All right,
for the
guys.
middle
So
guy.
here, Aldridge says it's this. Aldridge says larceny first. I think domestic battery second. What's F? Felony possession third. Narcotics guy fourth. And violation of community service is the last dude.
Aldridge
That's
is doing
Aldridge.
these before us.
Okay, so basically
I-
just switch the larceny and the felony firearm.
Yeah, it's L. So larceny would be where the narcotics guy is.
Yeah, let's just test Aldridge right now. Let's do the Aldridge test right now.
Oh
All right.
shit. Redfield's
Do it.
calling him out.
All
Call
right.
him the fuck out.
So
Red
So
Pill.
Call out
it's
if it's not your
larceny's
birthday no
first.
more.
Larceny
All right,
would be
Alfie.
I
You
got
the
you,
man.
Dad.
Now we got everybody. We got a couple of them on it. So I don't know. I say we stick
Sneaky
with
deaky.
ours, and then we know
right.
what they got. So
Right,
I mean,
go ahead.
we can
Yeah,
look
yeah,
back
yeah,
at
yeah.
their answers.
You're
Yeah, they're
right.
written
Okay.
All
down.
right.
Let's do
Here
it.
we go.
Next time we'll take our oldies.
Oh, not one of them again. What the
told you that
fuck?
was-
Who got it
no.
right? Did one of
No
them get it
comment.
right? Who got it right?
Larceny,
I did.
no.
I got larceny right.
Violation.
He got domestic.
Oh,
No.
Yeah, you
Oh, wait.
changed the middle guy at the last minute there. You could have
Yeah,
got
what
that one
happened?
right.
Could have got that one.
No, man,
Oh,
ain't
well.
nobody getting this shit. We did get the
Yeah, we
No,
We're not
missed that
good at
one.
none of
judging
it.
people.
Who was the
We're not
strangler?
good at-
No shit. The calm guy looked like the strangler.
It just
This
proves
guy
that we
had
nerds
shit to
don't
do.
judge.
The guy has
Dude.
shit to do. Yeah, he had to strangle somebody, man. There you go. That was his thing.
That Droopy
It
the
just
dog
proves-
guy looked like he's sad about strangling someone though.
Yeah. He does look sad, like he didn't get.
Look
to
at
strangle him
that.
hard
Look
enough.
how sad that guy looks. All the other guys are like, "What's up?" And he's just like,
It was the one day he was gonna get pussy, and now it's fucking over. He can't get none.
Yeah.
It's like he got locked up. The one day he was gonna get. Like, what the
his
fuck?
cis life was gonna be over.
Oh shit! He just became somebody's bitch. That's what it is. He's like,
Yeah.
there's my daddy, my new daddy.
That's funny. All right. Well, it's good to know all of you guys suck at this. So I am
really
still
bad
not
at judging people. Yeah,
not
Tyler.
not
Yeah,
on the
we
not
know-
on the line for
know-
coronavirus anymore.
Yeah,
Man,
you're
I
off,
don't
you're
even
off,
know
you're off,
anymore.
buddy. Yeah,
We just make up good fucking good rumors.
we just
huh?
got to
That was a good
convince
one.
China that you didn't do it. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, or that it was another Cedric.
If we use enough of their lights, if we use enough China lights, they might listen to us. They'll be like, "Fuck yeah, we'll send them more lights with Corona."
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
We'll hide Corona in the drivers. When you turn the lights on, Corona will COVID will shine.
Yeah, you never had to run in with any other motherfuckers with your name, huh, Cedric? We're like, your name's Cedric. My name's
so-
Cedric.
I have met. There's actually one kid on the island who is named Cedric. Well after me, he's like 8 years younger. And then my son are the only Cedrics on the island. And then I've only met maybe 2 others. And one spelt it the same way, and the other spelt it with a S and a C and a K.
Well, you
Hold
are
on.
our
name's not
Cedric
Bob's?
the Entertainer.
Your name's
Most
not
Cedrics
Bob?
are black, I guess.
Yeah.
Like I was named after a black guy, lineman from the Raiders, Cedric Hardman. So, meh. There we go. Bleached and Jenny Craig.
Last round.
All right, Eagle.
Last round. You know what's
guy
fun
with
is I was reading all their shirts say something like to the lines like "Don't give a fuck." You notice?
Right.
Fun fact: I don't care. That shirt was loud. No cap. Problematic. Don't be dramatic. All of them got like a fucking. All right, what did they do? Theft, aggravated battery with a firearm, public intoxication, assault and battery, domestic violence. Who's who?
Public intoxication is the guy with the hoodie on.
Yeah, he looks drunk.
Yeah, he looks like somebody that said,
Problematic.
"Oh shit."
Oh, he looks
Yeah,
like
if
somebody
it's his
who beat
shirt.
his ass.
Yo, I'm
Look at
going
somebody that's
that first lady or last lady with domestic violence. They look like they want to fuck someone up.
Yeah, fun
Right.
fact: she don't give a fuck.
I think number
That's what
3
she
is
told-
domestic violence.
That's what she
Yeah.
told the husband when she was
Yeah,
the
slapping
other
his
chick.
ass. Fun fact: I don't
Yeah.
give a fuck. Wow.
Fucking tattooing them with a bat.
Now wait a minute. I think number 3 is domestic violence. She's got a little
No.
bit more of a anger look on her face.
Feisty
number
look
1
on
looks
her
like a
face.
theft.
Second one left. Second
Yeah.
one left is DV.
You know, Johnny, she's the aggravated with firearm. Or is
Assault
that
and
the
battery.
assault
I'm
and
going
battery?
last one.
We
I'm
have a
going with
lot
the
of
assault
them.
and
that
You
are
might
with
be right
violence.
there, Johnny.
Number
The,
2 is
the,
the
the
assault
far left might be
battery.
the firearm, and then the middle might be the DV.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I like
that's
that.
where it is. Right there, exactly.
Yeah, there we go.
That's not bad.
Or the first one's a theft and domestic
It's
violence.
submitted.
All right.
Do it.
Submit
I
it.
I have a.
We got
I
two
think-
right. Two
I
right.
still think number
Are
1
you?
was a thief. Oh no, domestic violence. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. All
I'm
right.
surprised. I'm
All right.
surprised about the theft. I don't know. Those are some shifty eyes, but I don't know.
She looks like a.
Oh, I had the assault and battery right.
These
Oh, we got
facial
the public
expressions.
intoxication, right? That's good.
These facial expressions
Yeah,
ain't matching up
yes.
though, dude. With
Yeah,
the
they're not
crime to
matching
me.
up, right? They're not.
Now,
Alleged
I-
crimes. Alleged
I
Alleged.
actually, I thought the aggravated battery with the firearm would have been the lady on the. I actually did, because she looks like somebody would have popped a cap in a motherfucker. You know?
Yes,
I thought
right.
that's the one we went.
She
I
don't
thought
look
that's the one we
scared.
went. Yeah, that's the way it looks, right? When I read it now, I look at their faces. That's exactly what they did. Well, that's their shit.
Enough of that one. We don't want to wear it out. We'll save.
Yeah,
we'll
that-
save that,
that
one
was-
for another fun.
That was fun.
That was a-
That was
That
fun.
was that was a special treat. That was like a
Little something to
holiday
bring
game.
it on.
Yeah, that's good.
I
Yeah.
will be right back.
I was very surprised to see all of you up at 6 o'clock in the morning.
We were
Avocado
surprised
free.
to see you up too.
Well, I generally wake up from 5 to 6 in the morning, sometimes a little bit earlier, sometimes a touch later. But I always miss you guys by about like 8 to 12 minutes, or Eagle is doing his 20 minutes of names. And I'm like, damn it.
Yeah, but we were
So-
we were trolling and fishing tonight. So
Yeah, you were waiting up for Cheddar Bob. You were like, we gotta
Yes.
roast him. We're gonna
Yeah.
get him so bad.
we said, let's get this
Motherfucker.
lobster on the bobby.
Lobster on him.
Ironically, fishing would have really been a good analogy for what we were doing. We were laying that fucking lure out there.
You better stop
we
that,
weren't-
Stoney.
Yeah,
I
but
know.
we
I'm
weren't-
gonna go to bed, man. I'm done.
Yeah, it has been a long day. It has been a long
Stoney's
day.
trying to catch flies.
Stoney's shot.
Yeah.
Stoney's been smoking on this peach space buzz. Well, I don't even know what the fuck it's called anymore. I forgot already, but man, is that shit good.
I smoked on, I think, 3 or 4 different ones tonight. Had
Well,
me
go
a
get your
little-
beauty sleep because you need a lot of it, bro.
Oh, dude, come on. Beauty sleep, Bob. At my age, forget it.
You
That's
bet.
so with.
Damn it, I've been trying that for years.
Once
I
you
still
crack
like
over
John,
that,
I
once
still
you
look
crack
like
the
John
50,
Turturro.
once you cross the 50-yard line, that's it, bro.
Yeah,
It's all
I'm pushing.
downhill.
I feel like
Opponent,
you know, I feel like fishing has aged me more than my 40 years. So
Wait a minute
Yeah.
now.
Oh,
That
it's 'cause you're on
analogy.
the ocean, bro.
Once you pass the 50-yard line, it's all downhill from there.
Cheddar Bob,
You
you're
start
Brian.
going backwards, man. You're to the 40, you're to the 30, you're to the 20, you're to the yeah. Well,
Yeah.
you just
That's how
look
many
old.
chances you have left. You're running out of chances.
right.
What was
Hey,
that,
man,
Red
it's
Bill?
all right. I'm still having fun, so I don't give a shit. It's all on how you feel, It's the fucking number.
That's right.
I like to say that I'm old and all that shit. I love to use that.
experience.
But you're
Yes.
really not. You're really not. You just look that way.
I know.
You're
I
very
smell
kind,
old
Cheddar
too.
Bob.
I got the mothball thing going on, man. It's freaking me out. They smell like my grandparents now. Fuck.
Like you can't smell them as well, so you have to add more mothballs. And people
Yeah.
come in, they're like,
Yes, I can't
Yeah.
smell, taste.
yeah. You're like one of
Getting up
those.
in the middle of the night. Although now I've already passed the middle of the night, so I don't have to get up and go pee.
It's like
Must have got
teenagers
one
and
of Cheddar
old
Bob's
people.
lobsters.
Teenagers and old people are responsible for like 85% of cologne sales.
Oh shit! All right,
Yeah, the new
guys.
generation they're using Febreze.
For
Yep.
Breeze,
Been using Febreze for years.
that's the good stuff.
Isn't that called a whore bath?
No, that's
Do I
when you
feel
take it in
citrusy
between.
No,
today,
that's-
or
I
That's
thought of a
bukkake.
sink is a horse bath.
That's
Bukkake.
bukkake, Red Pill.
What? That's a little
Bukkake.
That's not a horse bath, but yeah, it is a horse bath. I get it. It really is. Holy shit.
I was okay.
Yeah, that is a
Come
horse
on,
bath.
man. You're gonna pollute my thoughts, man.
Oh, Red Pill. Don't be completely discouraged, man.
He's watching it right
man.
now as he's saying that. He's like, now I have to look it up, man.
I know you're triggering me. Knock it off.
You're triggering me.
Stop being forced to look it up.
Should look
Wait
up
till you go back
Santorum.
and see. I can't wait. We were saying we wish you could see your face when earlier when we first started the Chetter Gate. Don't forget to go back and look at all the
will.
fun stuff you missed.
I will.
Speaking
Oh
about
man,
We did
faces,
have-
I got a dab to take, so you guys are gonna witness me do that with my face.
oh, where are you?
Right.
Oh,
Oh,
Jesus,
oh.
there you are.
Finally.
You're growing a nice beard there, Red Pill. That's a nice beard you got going there. I
I
like
was
it.
just gonna
at the
say,
Halloween store.
a little bit longer, you're gonna be like the dude from Kill Bill.
Oh. Yeah, he got that at the Halloween store.
Honestly,
I already
did
got the
you ever
eyeball
see
like the chick from Kill Bill.
Yeah, there you go. Is that? Do you have a glass eye? Are you all bisbinged up? No.
No,
Cataracts?
that's just a Kill Bill eyeball right there.
It'd be cool if you got like the one, like the things with the Last Action Hero. Remember the villain from Last Action Hero? He had like the different things over his eye, like a smiley face, or like he had like a bunch of different eyes. He popped in.
When I was in 7th grade, I didn't want people to like look at me that way, so I did get like a mirror image of my left eye as a contact to put over my right eye. But it was too irritating. I couldn't deal with it.
Yeah.
So gave up on it.
Yeah, contacts are they're kind of difficult, right, Eagle?
Yeah, they can be, especially
Yeah.
when you smoke. They dry out bad. As you guys could see in my
Holy
mistake yesterday in the warm up. You know how that happened? Was I'm sitting here and I had made out the title. I was sitting here waiting for the guest, and I was like, man, these contacts are dry as fuck. I'm gonna pop them out real quick. So I looked at my phone to see if the guest had made any messages. I think it was like a minute past or something. I'm fucking, I'm gonna wet these contacts. I threw the phone down, and the phone hit enter. And once you had like the title made out, if you hit enter, it starts the live. So I threw the phone down and it hit enter, and I didn't fucking know that it started or nothing, man. I'm popping out contacts. I'm looking at the camera like, fucking.
Hey man, it could have been a lot worse, dude. It could have been a lot worse.
I look up, I pop the one contact in, I blink a couple of times, I look and it says, you are now live on YouTube. I'm like, oh, fuck.
And then it went in, and then it went.
Was that the day you started like 3 times?
No. That was the day
was only
before
twice.
yesterday. Not Mr. Soul, but the Green Goddess episode.
Yeah, I remember that.
I said, I'll be right back. And I ended it real quick. Too much fun. All right, guys. I think it is a good time to wrap it up. 6:40, extra late today, but I hope you all had fun.
Shit, I got a golf match. Oi. Last one of the year, Superintendent Challenge.
Go have fun.
Enjoy.
Good luck.
Red Pill, Stony. Who else? We got Green Fingers, Johnny, of course, Eagle. Always a pleasure. I'm glad I got to catch you guys. Thanks for staying up this morning. Appreciate it. I'm glad I could set the record straight for Chetter Gate.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks for being our suspect for a minute or two. It was fun.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. I'm glad you all suck at that game.
Yes.
Back at you.
All right. Have a great morning, everyone. Be productive. Peace out.
Take care.
Peace out.
Great one, man.
Cheers.
All right. And I'm going to slam the door next. Eagle, blessings, brother. Always been awesome to come out here and fucking talk some shit with Eagle and all the Gromies, Green Fingers, Stony Rockefeller. Where's Red Pill? There he is, Red Pill.
What's up?
And Tao and I don't remember anybody else being out on that. Anyways,
Cheers. All right, guys, I'm out.
Sony, have a great
Eagle.
day. Johnny, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, bro.
I'm out, guys. Thank you very much, Eagle. Mr. Greenfingers, I'll see you around. Chat. Thank you, guys. Love you all. And have a great Sunday, man. We'll see you around.
You too. Have a great day, brother.
Thank you.
All right, I'm out next. Thank you guys. Thank you, Eagle. Shout out to chat, everyone. Great episode tonight, Eagle. Another great We Nerd World. Cheers. Peace out. See you guys
Hello.
tomorrow.
Cheers, brother. Weed Nerd World. Weed Nerd for life. Eagle. Thank you. Love you. Peace.
Love you too, brother. Have a good day. In fact, I love all you guys. Thank you for tuning in. I greatly appreciate it. Because we ran so late this morning, no shout outs today. We'll hold them off for tomorrow night. But if anything tonight has shown us, it is not to judge a book by its cover. Although it was kind of fun to play the game, it is not fun to play the judge people in real life. You really don't know what is going on. You can't judge a book by its cover. So hopefully nobody was offended in the playing of the game, but it was a little fun to do a little something different. With that being said, hopefully you guys know the deal. If this is the end of your journey for the night, please get some rest. This is the beginning of your day, your journey. Have an amazing day. Do a little bit of self-love, some self-maintenance. Can't give what you do not have. With that being said, have a prosperous day. Take some time to do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness do save lives. A living, breathing example of that. Please join me tonight when my guest will be Sweet Cuz. I don't know. I gotta look that up. I'll post it. Oh, it's a Sweet CO2. Sweet CO2. They're gonna teach us about carbon as a nutrient. Sweet CO2 tonight, 11:30. Join me. Hopefully, you guys had an amazing Sunday. I will see you tonight at 11:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 8:30 Pacific Standard Time. Have a great day. I am out.